Awesome. We have, which one is it? This one? Come on. Hey. Wait, that worked? No, that didn't work. There you go. How is everyone? Just messing with this here a little bit. Tiger. I can't even remember where I got these wallpapers from. Is it in pictures? No. Where am I? Ah, it's from Bing. Eh, gotcha. Good old Bing. Yeah. Oh, there's a typhoon. That's not good. That's not good. But why is the chat not coming up? Don't tell me the fucking thing is not working anymore. That's working. Test subscriber. That's working. Oh, now the chat is coming. Hey, James. Oh, yeah, then you get used to it. But it's still a lot, man. It's like in Florida and stuff like that, where they get all those hurricanes and bad weather and stuff like that. I'm actually a little bit disappointed today. I thought my video would angry a lot of people, but it did not. So I think I scared away all the Linux viewers, sadly enough. Maybe it's because it's weekend. I was hoping for them to get a little bit cray-cray. But, yeah. I don't know. Let's do the update. Samba, Python. Perl. Oh, that's a sudo update. Systemd update. App armor. I haven't updated this in a couple of days. I think over a week. I haven't actually really been into Linux the last week or so. Been busy doing other stuff. So I feel a little bit left out. I feel like the downloads has got faster. It's with the Tumbleweed. Oh, there's Pipefire updates. Oh god. Oh my god. I get a lot of crazy Linux users. A lot of them. So I like pissing them off. I like pissing them off. Oh, there's a lot of firmware. Oh, there's a Realtek Radeon firmware update. But apparently there's new AMD drivers in this new update. And Nvidia. I wonder what the fuck they have fixed there. MediaTek. And Wi-Fi. Not bad. It's all backports that they are... Or modules that they are Bluetooth. Holy shit. That's sound serial, G-Logic, NFP, network. God damn it. It's fun when you don't update for a long time and then you update and see all the shit that's going on. Oh god. Come on. Add kernel not available for crop 2. What? Of course Chrome got an update. Oh, that reminds me to restart Chrome on my host machine. Oh, I also have Firefox installed. I forgot about that. Oh yeah, I do. Depends. I like Chrome or Chrome for Google related stuff. And I do like Google's search engine better. Streaming and Switch and stuff like that, it seems to work better on Edge. But in the end, it's minute differences because Edge is based on Chrome. It's just like Edge has a lot of features, and if you like features, you should go with Edge. It's kind of becoming Vivaldi, almost. I used to love Vivaldi, but it's just, there's too much. It's just too much now. It's just way too much shit going on in Vivaldi. Hello, Tiger. But I always seem to end up gravitating back to Chrome as my main browser. And then the secondary right now is Edge. It used to be Vivaldi. But I always seem to, like, after a year or 6 months, gravitate back to good old Chrome. I think it's just because it's what I'm used to. I've been using it for fucking forever. Almost since it came out, I think. When it was based on WebKit. Hey, Becky. Like the good old Apple invention. Yeah. Developer Apple, Google, Nokia, and Equilia, what the fuck it's called. But yeah, Chrome used to be WebKit used to be the biggest engine for web browsers for a while. Then Chrome did their own thing, or Google did their own thing after a while. Which I think the Google WebKit or web browser or whatever. I think it's a fork of WebKit, to be honest. Like it's based on WebKit. But WebKit started out as a Apple thing. I need to make a video about all of the open source projects that we all are using that either are sponsored or started by massive companies. Like it's not just like this one guy or girl in a basement with like Doritos up their butthole sitting and coding anymore. Almost any big project that you see is either done by an organization or company that is making a lot of money and are employing a lot of people to work on the software. So it's not hobbyists, it's paid developers now that are supporting it. I think even like KDE and GNOME have like paid developers working for them, or else they would not be able to do what they're doing. So I need to make a video about that, but I really fucking hope that today's video would really angry people. But apparently not. No views, that's a lie. That's a lie. 108 views. I have 200 in my dashboard. Hey, Will. Oh, my lip is itchy. Didn't it get pushed out to the subscriptions? I think YouTube have a bug. Like, it's the lowest fucking viewed video in 3 hours I've had ever. Unless I do Windows stuff. Oppenheimer, is that like a biopic or movie about Oppenheimer? Yeah, I saw you watched Barbie. Fucking hell. That was not a pretty sight. Skip. These views are like nothing compared to when I'm looking at my dashboard. What the fuck is going on? That, like, there's definitely something wrong with the YouTube. Like, it's like only like 40% or not, well, it's like 60% of the views I see on my dashboard. Hey, Congo. Yeah, there's definitely something wrong with the... Yeah, I got, when I saw that pink bow, I got the biggest fucking gay boner for you too, and just came all over my desk. That's true. That's true. That's true. Like I still have sticky fingers from watching that picture. That it's like it's the first time I ever came to a dude, or two dudes in this case. So yeah, yeah, things happened. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I will send you I will not send you bath water. I will send you premature ejaculation to you in form of a cup with my semen. Your family is ashamed of you. I would be ashamed of you also if I was in your family. At least have the bow tie on the right places, you know. Like a bow tie on your penis is okay. A bow tie in your face is not okay. Like, come on, man. Well, why did I have Placer up here? What is this? Oh, it's the .NET thingy. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Next week, if I'm lucky, I'm going to play with Azure Cognitive Vision. That's a fucking mouthful. Azure Cognitive Vision. It's basically Microsoft's AI modeling tools and machine learning services on Azure. So I can go and continue working on the AI shit I'm working on at work, which is going to be really fun. Really fun. I really hope it's not. It seems simple, but I really hope I can show it off when it's all done. Like we can make like a demo, in-house demo we can put on their website, and I can probably also put it on here. Because they have a lot of customers that, like, most of the company I work with is a Danish company, but 90% of their customers, if not more, are international. It's like Germany, France, Britain, Italy, the States, Australia. I think they sell more outside of Denmark than they do inside Denmark. So it could be fun to make like make a video to show the customers how advanced they try to make the company and how modern they're trying to make it. It's a good PR move if you ask me. Because it is like nerdy stuff they sell, just business nerdy stuff. Web store, have we been in there and played around? Lighthouse, what the fuck is that? Is that the inspection tool? Look up words instantly. Nope, I like my spelling mistakes. Momentum, I heard about that, I just can't remember what the fuck it is. Oh god, the coffee is like... Computer. No, it's not computers that they are selling. Well, they do, but not directly. Like, they do sell used computers, but it's done by another part of the company, or what you would call it. Like a dude that do it on Oh, that reminds me. Oh, where the fuck did I get that? I have a link. Where the fuck is it? For his eBay store. Where the fuck did I can't fucking remember where I put it now. He sent it to one of my... I have so many email addresses now, I can't remember which one he sent it to. I need to clean that up. For this Lighthouse. Open source automation tool for improving the performance, quality, and correctness of your web apps. Oh, it's an auditing program. Best practices, CEO... Yeah, fuck that. Daily inspired photos and quotes. Yeah, fuck no. Holy shit. I'm tired of humans. Like, when I was a kid, an inspirational quote was someone yelling at you to do your fucking job correctly, or getting hit in the ass with a fucking spanner or something like that. That was how they motivated you. Get your fucking shit together and do some work. Nowadays, it's like fucking sitting in a coffee shop with a lot of fucking females talking about their periods. And how fucking hard it is for their periods, and how they all should be in the right cycle and be on the same emotional level about their period. Yeah, it's a little bit weird. Are we all becoming like big massive pussies? I think we are. Grammarly, I use that. That's a good one. AI Copilot, that's going to be implemented in Windows Update not soon, in the near future. We are going to get Copilot in... Basically, Cortana is going to be replaced with Copilot on Microsoft, for Microsoft. Because I think Microsoft owns Copilot. Well, they're also a big supporter, owner, or part-time owner of ChatGPT. Which I think a lot of... I love this shit. I think if a lot of those Windows or Linux nerds that make videos about how amazing ChatGPT is thought about that, it's one of the main sponsors for that endeavor is Microsoft, and the rest are other big proprietary companies. But the code in of itself is open source. What happened again? The world is going on. I'm getting my balls chopped off. I'm going to be called Caitlin from now on. Just in shame. And I got a nerd bone over two gay guys with a bow tie on. The world is going on. I don't know what to do with myself. Can't get that on the AUR. ChatGPT or this is in the Chrome store. I don't know, man. Yeah, this is like. Oh, I thought it said Grindr. Getliner.com. Let's see what this is about. Get answers while browsing. Yeah, it's basically just Bing chat in the browser. The Copilot desktop integration, no, that's a Microsoft only thing that they are doing instead of Cortana. But you can get something like this here. But why would you though? Like, why would you? Oh, you can sign up for money. Pay money to get, of course, to get more requests or users. Like, I feel like I feel like this chat GPT is like a lot of people looked at and was like, yes, finally a tool where I don't have to work anymore. I just put in some text and everything is done for me. Now I can be really lazy. Like, I was lazy before, but now I can be massively lazy. I feel a lot of people want this AI just because they don't want to do any work. At the end of the day, the AI fucks something up and they actually have to fix it. They have no fucking idea how to fix it. Yeah, go use Bing Chat. That's right, yeah. Go use Bing Chat. Oh, yeah, they are really overestimating it. Like I said, I think... And I've seen this in real life, where people are, like, outsourcing their what they are being paid for to do. They are outsourcing to like Bing Chat and ChatGPT and stuff like that. So if someone asked them a question that they should actually know, and they probably do, they just ask the Bing Chat or whatever it is and then gave it to some people. The answer to some people. People getting paid a lot of money for having that knowledge. What if Bing Chat was like a fucking crazy ass neo-Nazist or Nazi or something like that, and send like anti-Semitic propaganda out in the world, and they would Bing Chat, yeah, well, here you go. I don't even want to check it. Here, just read what fuck here. That's the right thing. And then it's like trying to convert the company into like a fucking crazy cult or something like that. Because people don't really fucking read what it puts out. They just, what is this? Copy, paste, send mail. It's like, can you guys remember that fucking chat? Microsoft did actually a demo of this, like some years ago on Twitter. Microsoft had a Twitter AI. It's the precursor to ChatGPT and stuff like that. And it's awful, but it's also funny because it's AI. But within like 24 hours, it was it was. The Holocaust didn't happen. It never happened. Hitler did nothing wrong. It became a fucking massively douchebag. And here's the thing: it was just researching what other people are saying about a subject on Twitter, the platform. So it took the good and the bad, and apparently it outweighed the bad with the good. So it ended up being a massive fucking, anti-Semite and stuff like that. They had to shut it down within 24 hours. Yeah, and they had to shut her down because she became basically a fucking Nazi. And started to become flat earther was the thing, was true. We didn't do the moon landing. Hitler did nothing wrong. All of those, it became a bad shit fucking shit show. It was so funny when they did videos about that. And all kind of bad shit that, if a human have said that, they would be like, fucking shit, what the fuck is wrong with you? And this bot here, just by reading Twitter, that was how it learned, by reading Twitter, learned all of these things, and thought that was regarded as the truth. because Twitter is a shithole. Like, Twitter is a shithole. It's a place for people that have nothing to do. It's basically a place for Karens to go and bitch and moan. Most people that bitch and moan on Twitter are not good people. And if an AI see that as, okay, this is what Twitter say, this is what Twitter regards as an authority, and most of Twitter is batshit crazy people, the AI is going to learn that that is, well, to be a batshit crazy person. A lot of debate currently, some embracing and others. AI, so here's the thing, AI don't necessarily has to become a problem. AI becomes a problem when humans stop using their brains. So you can use AI as a assistant, you can use AI as help. How the fuck do I do hello world in I don't know, Fortran or something like that? Or if you just need to do something that you have forgotten because you did it like 10 years ago, you can ask AI about that. Or if you want to know, like how the fuck, what is the time and weather in London and stuff like that. The thing is that people, because AI has become so adept and so good, that they just automatically think that what the AI says is automatically true. That's the issue. If you start to just let AI do what AI does without checking up on it and without looking at it, so to speak, that's where the issue is. Basically, they want the AI to take over that job, and then they're bitching and moaning that they don't have a job anymore, but that's another debate. But yeah, they basically just let the AI do that job and they don't fact check it. AI can never be 100% correct. Just like humans, we are not 100% correct. It's a debate I had with my boss not long ago, or talk that a lot of people, they think that, oh, we can get AI in, nothing is going to be, no spelling mistake is going to be happen, no input mistake is never going to happen. They will. You need to have someone to check an AI, just like you need to have someone to check a human. What AI can do is do things faster than a human, but you still need something to check the AI. And then you can build up an AI to check the AI, but then you have someone to check that. There need to be some check and balances. The thing with people is that they just like, you know, how to enlarge my penis being chat, and then they just, yeah, okay, I need to eat a lot of fucking pepper fruit now. You know, or how to, become more successful with the ladies. Yep, I'm going to stop Lego bricks up my ass from now on, because Bing Chat said so. That's the dangerous part of it. That's the dangerous part of it, that you're just, like, what chat or what AI do or say, it's unfallible. It cannot do anything wrong. And the fact is, it can and will. And that's the dangerous part of it. If you use AI and you check it, you don't just blindly trust it. It can be a massive help. And if you're using it in work environments, there are people, checking robots and automated and machines and stuff that they get checked, they get calibrated, they get, they do random checkups to see if everything is okay, There is a human standing at the end of the production line to check if the elements being, built correctly by the machines. They take like random tests and samples to see if the machines are doing the work good enough. And that's what you need. You can't just say, okay, I now build, as I say, a production unit phase that are building our hose, all done by robots. From now on, I don't have to do anything with those robots. I don't have to look at them, check them, or anything like that. I'm just going to drink coffee for the rest of my life. It may work for a year, it may work for 10 years, but at some point, things are going to go downhill. And if you don't check up on it, you have an issue. I have no problem with AI being used in any shape or form as long as it's being checked. That's the only problem I have. That the people, they just blindly believe everything an AI does. Or a robot does, an automatic process does, and stuff like that. Because if you're talking production environments, you can lose a shit ton of money if you don't, keep your automation in check and your automation, maintained and stuff like that. And that's what you do with an AI. You have to maintain the AI. You have to make sure that the AI is still doing what it does. Because just like anything, just like any code, it can work great for a while. A real hey Cody, and then some fucking bug just creep up. You know, it could be that the database reaches, to a certain amount of files. Then the code and the functions and stuff like that, they can't handle it anymore. And now it starts to corrupt the database. It can be something as simple as that. Or there's too many of the same kind of entries in the database, and now it's getting confused, and then sometimes it's putting it in, sometimes it's not, and now we're getting issues again. You know, things needs to be checked. Things needs to be validated. Especially the more complex it is, and AI is a really complex thing, and it my issue is that people just don't, they just blindly follow it. Because it seems to be right. And then all common sense runs out of the window, and yeah, it's a fucking sad thing, man. We need to be more, like, we need to embrace new technology, but we also need to be aware that nothing is, foolproof. Nix, the Linux experiment. Is he on Mac now? Is he back on Mac? Is he becoming a Mac YouTuber? Oh, that reminds me. I'm getting some accessories for my iPhone. Should I make like unboxing and review videos on that, or because if people don't want to see that on my tech channel, I'll just do it for my EDC channel, I think. So should I make videos about the? I'm getting like a cover and a MagSafe charging from Belkin, I think it is, or something like that. And I just bought like the first gen Sunto 9 watch and stuff like that. It is technically tech, but it's more like Owen Gadgets and EDC. But I don't think, I don't know if people here want to see stuff like, they just want rants and anti-Linux videos, it looks like. He's a Linux fanboy, was bashing Mac, pretty much biased. So he did it for the views then. Yeah, I can't deal with the fucking Linux community. I'm debating a little bit if I should start a new channel. Because I feel this channel here is tainted by Linux. Like, I can't do anything that's not Linux or open source related on this channel. It just don't get any fucking attraction whatsoever. And I think it's because I have too many Linux videos. And I really desperately want to get out of the fucking Linux thingy. That's true, Josh. I can see that. I can definitely see that being a thing. Make-up videos or toy reviews, yeah. He said his foundation laptop is better than a MacBook 16 M2. Okay. How long is that video? I'm bringing reaction videos back. People keep asking me for reaction videos, and I'm like, you know what? I'm starting to not give a fuck anymore. If that was people, if people want, I'm giving it to them. So if it's not like a fucking 40 minutes video, I may react to it. I think I would go back to like either once a week or every other week I would do a reaction video. Because apparently that's what people want. And then I could do all kind of other shit on my 2 other channels. I feel this channel has been trapped by Linux and reaction videos. It was probably the stupidest thing I've ever done, was doing reaction videos. But they seem to do really well, and it's kind of low effort, to be honest. Other than fact-checking Chris Titus Tech. Fact-checking Chris Titus Tech takes hours. Like, it was not uncommon that I spent 3 to 4 hours just fact-checking Chris Tide's take and finding sources telling him he's wrong. Some of his points were valid, like most of his dislikes about macOS are my dislike, but I was able to live with it now. I think most people's dislike with macOS is because they are used to other paradigms. If you're not used to other paradigms, or if you have used macOS for a long time, you're just like, it's the same with Linux. You know, there is a lot of 17 minutes. Yeah, I may react to it. So here's the thing. There is a lot of shit that you do as a Linux user with Linux that would and had irritated the living shit out of you for the first 6 months or a year. But now you're so used to it that it just becomes second nature, and you're just doing it like you're doing it without thinking about it. Because it's like, yeah, that's just, that's part of the core for, well, I'm a Linux user, I have to do this. And when I do it enough, I don't think about it. I may not like it, but I don't think about it. And if I don't think about it, I don't like it. And that's with every operating system. Every operating system. With Windows, Linux, macOS, FreeBSD, Hyago, every operating system, if you use it long enough, the small little paper cuts either make you move away from the operating system, or you're just like, yeah, well, that's just how it is. And then that's what you think, yeah, that's how it is. Yep, updates takes forever on the Windows. It's a little bit irritating, but you know what? I would go bang the Wi-Fi, I would go make some food, or, go out, walk the dog or something like that. And then you come back, it's update. And if you do that long enough, you don't really think about it. Oh, there's a Windows update, time to clean the desk. Or, oh, there's a Windows update, let's go make a cup of coffee and stuff. You don't really think about it anymore. And trust me, if you're a hardcore Linux user, and you stop using Linux for a year, a year to 6 months to a year, and you kind of forgot about, or not forgot, but you stop remembering all of these little irritations that you just dealt with because it was just part of the core. You're kind of experiencing them a little bit again for the first time because your brain has kind of reset to some degree. And then you get a more realistic viewpoint of how it actually is for a new user to use Linux. If you used Linux for a long time, you don't know how it is to be a new user. Because you cannot remember how that was. The brain tends to favor the good things and leave out the bad things when we are remembering back. Try and remember back to your childhood. No matter how shit it was, you will remember a lot of good shit also. And you will probably remember more good shit than bad shit. Unless it was a really fucking bad childhood. And that's the brain sieving out all the bad fucking things. And it's the same with doing, go to work. If you worked at the same job for like 5-10 years, there's a lot of things that irritate you in the beginning, but you're like, well, no, I'm kind of used to it now. Yeah, that's true. There's not that many workarounds, yeah. I actually don't know if I prefer Linux anymore, to be honest. Yeah, Windows updates only take 30 seconds, yeah. Hey, Nefis. Yeah, when I see someone say that X system is the best operating system ever, I'm like, no, it's not. There are stuff that you hate about it. You're just willing to deal with it because you like this operating system. It's just like when you get a spouse, there's something you don't like about that spouse, but there are more good things than bad things in your mind. So therefore, you're willing to deal with the bad shit. It's exactly STO. Switching, like I switched, over to this thing here. And I'm still dealing with irritations. Like, there's still stuff to this, like, right now, it happened for like a week or something like that. There's this stuff where I'm like, fuck, I wish I had my Android phone. But it's becoming less and less and less both because I start to figure out how to do stuff the iOS way. It does it a little bit different than Android. And I learn to live with the limitations or have a little bit of workarounds with it forward, or I just ignore the limitations. And the more I use it, the less it irritates me. Like, I regretted buying this phone the first 2 days because I was so used to Android. I knew exactly how everything worked. I knew how the limitations. I knew how to do everything in it. I knew how to work around a lot of shit in Android. And I was like, why can't I do this? Why is it not doing the same as in Android? And then I figured out, oh, it kind of does. It's just hidden behind another fucking submenu, or you have to activate some toggles and stuff like that, and you can do kind of the same thing. And the more I find those small little things out, it's kind of just like, yeah, there are few things I wish it did that Android does now, but it's not so much that I'm like, oh my god, I miss my Android now. But it was that the first couple of days. I missed my Android. But when I figured out how to work it in, and like there's one thing I hate, and that is like when I'm listening to music on this one here, my Spotify, on Android, on my lock screen, I can heart a song. I can like a song, and then it comes into a liked playlist. I can't do that on this one here. I have to go physically into the app to like a song. Is it a deal breaker? Not really. Is it something I wish I could? Yeah, because I actually used it quite a lot. But the songs that I like are songs I already have in my own playlist. So it's like, why the fuck am I liking them anyway? Because it's songs that I have in my playlist. Like, I only listen to my own curated playlist anyway. So I'm like, yeah, well, why? Yeah, okay. So it was just like, I just basically just liked the song because I could. And it is a neat feature, but yeah, you know. Yeah, Linux fanboys are stupid fucking people, man. Yeah, there are something about Mac OS, but again, like any other OS, that are really fucking stupid. Yeah, Paper and Pen is the best operating system, yeah. Is Zorin OS a good distro? It's a good distro, I don't like the developers. Plexamp, yeah. Yeah, notifications is one of iOS's biggest fucking issues, man. They are really bad. Oh yeah, Virtual Boost. Welcome to Linux. Welcome to Linux. The best operating system on Earth, where you actually have to physically work to get most stuff working. So you can do work. No, so the back button on iOS, you swipe on the bottom of the screen. So down here, you just swipe like this. That's your back button. You just swipe down there like. That's your back button. It took me, like I had to watch a video. So I've been watching a lot of these, like 10 tips for iOS 16 and new things coming in iOS 17, and I used to, swipe up and then switch app and stuff like that, and then someone, yeah, do you know that you can just do this in the bottom of the screen and then you switch apps? Oh, okay. That's how you switch apps, which is basically a back button. Yeah, I have it on silence, and then I have it on, I don't have the always on display on. I need to tap on it to see it because it distracts me like shit when I see notifications. And I only put sound on. I've done that on all my phones. I only put sound on my phone if I have something important coming up, like an important email, message, or phone call. Or other than that, it's always on sound. Ad blocking, it will die on most websites now soon. Yeah, it will. And also, if you look at the app, if you go from one app to another one, so let's say I open up let's say YouTube here. Up here in the right corner or left corner up here, there will be a back button that says the app name that it will go back to. So if I on Instagram and I open up, there's a link to YouTube. There will be a little like link or button up here, or like under the time, and then under some stuff that says, it's a little arrow that says, I don't know if I can show it. App iOS. So up here there will be a little button that says, or a little name that says the previous app that you were in. Oh. Yeah, it's kind of like this here. Here. It will have something like this here. And then you click on that, it will take you back to your previous app, but it only does that if you go into an app from another app. Which is a little bit weird. Oh yeah, Linux is an amazing server distro. I don't know. Last time I used iOS was like iPhone 6. So it's like, 5-6 years ago. So yeah. Not on most websites, on most apps. Ad blocking. I will explain it in a bit. So yeah, there are many ways of serving ads to a site or a streaming service. Let's talk YouTube, for example. How they did it back in the day was that you clicked on a video, then YouTube sent you one video that would be the ad, and then the real video will come. So it's two separate videos. So what ad blockers did was that, okay, this video here is not the original video we want to see. This is a designated ad video. Don't play that one. Now what YouTube is going to do is they are morphing the ads and the video together. So if you want to kind of, delete the video, not show the video, you are not showing any videos whatsoever. So you're basically blocking the content. And a lot of other, like on websites and stuff like that, they can see on the elements of the website where the ads are, like, if you have like a Google ad integration on your website. Let's see if this one has, it has probably have, yeah. So this down here, this is coming from an external source. This one here is coming from an external source. So that's how the ad. I'm really simplifying this and not really explaining it to the highest detail. So there are, of course, always caveats and stuff like that. But this is like the 10,000 foot view of this. So what an ad blocker does is like, oh, this is not from the original site, so let's block that. What if, and this is what sites are going to do and stuff like this is the future, you can't see where this is coming from. It looks like it's coming from, it looks like this one here is the same as this one here. It's coming from the same place. It's part of this. It's part of the document. So it would be like, you have a piece of paper, and then you take a photo and you put on top of that piece of paper. But you can see that you put a photo on top of that piece of paper. But what if that photo was the piece of paper? It was in the piece of paper. It was one with the piece of paper. Then it's a piece of paper with a photo on it. So you can't just plug out the photo anymore. That's what they are going to do, simplified to high heaven and back, is that you don't know where this is coming from. You cannot distinguish this little element here. So if you go in here and we inspect it here, if you can see that from my fat fucking window here. This is a DVI. Let's inspect this one. So here, a span DVI. It has an ID and all of that shit. That's basically how they go in and see, really simplified, is it an ad or not? But what if this dynamic element here looked like the same as if I did this here? That is a part of the document. This is a paragraph in the document. Well, what should the ad blocker block? Because it has to block elements out that it could potentially be part of the site. That means that, well, if you block this ad, you may block this paragraph also. If you want to block this app down here, you may block this paragraph here. That's kind of where they want to go with it. And it's going to be the future. It's going to be like that in the future. Ad blocking is going to go away. Because here's the thing. There are so much money in ads. Like, it's you cannot imagine how much money there is in ads. There are so much money in ads that they can pay way smarter people way more money than you can dream of to make sure that they can still serve ads than some hacker in there or some coder in their basement or attic can keep up with it. It's basically just a matter of they can outwork ad blockers with time and money and development effort. You just can't keep up with it. You just can't. They can spend billions of dollars in developing new technologies to circumvent ad blockers. Do uBlock and all of those have billions of dollars to prevent them from doing that? No. The only way to that I see that we can get away with ads would be like if it became like law, you know, that you can only have certain amounts of ads or you can only serve this many apps per hour and stuff like that. But in the future, because of all the money that is with ads, you cannot run away from it. Because there's so much money in it. That they can spend so much, they can spend way more money. Like, if let's say you are someone working on an ad blocking app, you may have 10 people to work on an ad blocking app. Well, Google can have tens of thousands of people working on technology so your app don't work. How can 10 people compete with those? They can't. They can't. They just can't. Let's enjoy, if you're using ad blockers, enjoy it while it lasts. At least on YouTube, any streaming content. We are not far from it being... You cannot block ads on YouTube or anything like that in the near future. And the next step will be sites like this here. Because all what YouTube has to do is like... And they've done that... They've done that in the past, and they have started to do this slowly. Like a couple of years ago, YouTube started to slowly morph videos in, ad videos in with the original video. They have done that as tests and stuff like that not many years ago, but some years ago. And it's going to be so a plugin cannot see the difference between my video and an ad. That's the near future. So and this is going to be the same with any streaming services, any content streaming, video streaming and sound streaming. The next thing would be sites like this here, like this site here. Yeah, I will ad block the living shit out of this. This is too much. Like I use ad block at work because when I go to research some sites, it's more ads than context. Those sites I ad block. If the site has like a tolerable amount of ads on it, I don't ad block those sites. I only punish the sites that are doing it too much. But here's another thing: there are some sites, and all sites can do this, but there are some sites that say, "Oh, you have an ad blocker. We're not allowing you in," and they can even ban your IP and MAC address if they want to, so you don't have access to the site anymore until you take the ad blocker off. They can really do that if they want to. And that's why I say ad blockers are only hurting you. It really is. The best way to get rid of ads is to not view sites that have a lot of ads on them, because then the sites are like, what the fuck is going on? Why don't we get any ad revenue? Why don't we get any clicks? And then they have to do a survey, like, why don't you watch our fucking shit? Well, you have too many ads on it. And until you take that shit away, we're not going to watch your fucking shit. That's why I don't watch the Linux experiment other than for reaction videos. Too many ads. Too many ads. If I see a content creator have too many ads in their videos, I don't care how good of a friend they are or how good of a person they are. If they have too many ads, I don't watch it. That's how I vote. I just don't consume their content. And that's the only way that's going to work. It's the same thing as the best way to make a company change that direction is not giving the company money. If you don't watch ads, if you don't watch content, if you don't consume websites, they don't get paid. That's the easiest way to not, or for them to change their mind. You know, yeah, for the Linux experience, yeah. Nick, he has too many fucking ads, man. Too many ads. I made a calculation one time in one of his videos. 20 to 25% of his video was ad related. On a video. I think the average is like 10 to 20%. That's too much. That's fucking too much. And there are other content creators out there doing the same thing. But here's another thing. Had he been a Microsoft Windows fan, the Linux community would have been yelling and screaming about all of the ads that he's playing. But because he's a Linux fan, they don't give a fuck about it. That's how, like, double-sided the Linux community is. And had he not been a Linux channel, I don't think he would be doing that well with all the ads that he's running. Because Windows users and Mac users, they don't want to see that many ads. They don't. You should be really hard-pressed to find a Windows-related or Mac-related channel that has that many ads in small videos. Like, he can make a 5-minute videos and have an ad in the beginning and 2 at the end, plus the ads YouTube puts in. Like, you don't see any other channels do that has anything to do with tech. That are not being yelled at, by the way. If they do, they get yelled at. To skip his ad, that's no excuse. It would be like me burglarizing your house and then tell you, you know what? For me to stop burglarizing your house, use this fucking security system. Like yeah, DistroTube, yeah. Like from a ad standpoint and monetization standpoint, he's not monetizing his content enough. He's not, like, he could do more. He could do more. Chris Titus Tech is like, I find Chris Titus Tech having a good balance about that. I think he has a good balance about the advertisement of his channel. And DistroTube, he could definitely do more without the viewing experience being bad and without upsetting the viewers. So yeah, he's like on the that's fucking nice that he don't do that, but I wouldn't mind him doing a little bit more, to be honest. And I could understand why he would want to do it a little bit more, you know, to keep his channel alive and stuff like that. But I'm grateful that he don't. Where with the Chris Titus Tech, most of the time I'm like, yeah, I understand it. It makes sense. You know, DistroTube is like, yeah, that's what's some Linux content, and then watch a fucking advertisement campaign for the rest, you know. Let's see how many advertisements we can get put in here. Like, I'm just waiting for him to have, like, product placement in the background. He will have, like, a Cola can and a Pepsi can and a t-shirt from Hugo Boss and, you know, just be all those product placement, like a Tuxedo computer and whatnot, where he gets money for it being shown on his video. Yeah, DistroTube, just waste your time. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you can use timestamp to do it, but to switch around it. But again, you should not have to. Again, it would be like me burglarizing your house and then say, well, I will stop burglarizing your house if you use this fucking security system, and then I'm going to do it anyway. By the way, but yeah, it's he comes across like a greedy motherfucker. And I'm saying this, and I've been a $1 patron of his for like over 2 years now or something. I should cancel that membership. But yeah, he's the only Linux creator that I actually give money to. Funny enough. Because I like Nick as a guy and I want him to succeed. I want him to do what he does as for a living. That don't mean that I agree with a lot of the approaches that he has. But he's like, maybe Tech Hut is another one. I would not have any problem. Maybe I should become a patron of his. But yeah, I do like Nick. I just don't agree with a lot of the things he's saying. I don't agree with the way that he approaching his channel. But he's way more successful than I am, so what the fuck do I know? You know, what do I know? But that he's just not, let me put it this way, he's doing it in ways I would not be doing it. Sponsor plugs are not going to work in the future either. All of that shit is going to be basically nullified on streaming content. The only way that you're going to be, or one of the ways that you could get around in-video ads, which basically is going to be what ads is going to be in the future, is being viewed as an in-video ad because it's one big video. Someone has to watch the video and put timestamps on it. And then you make a program that at this timestamp, you jump X amount of minutes or seconds to so you basically jump over the ad. But that means someone has to have watched the video. But what if YouTube manipulate the time of the video? Or the perceived time of the video as for an application? Like, you can have a video that's 10 minutes long, but if you look at it, look at the metadata, it could look like it's an hour long. You can cheat with that. Like, they do that with files to prevent copywriting. Like, back in the day with CDs. They, to prevent people from copying CDs and DVDs, if you download it, if you copied over all of the elements from that CD or DVD to your hard drive, let's just say the CD or DVD was 1 gigabyte, and then you copied everything over to your hard drive, it could be 10 gigabytes. 10 gigabytes. Because of the way algorithms are seeing, oh, you're now copying over, so now they're inflating the size of the file and stuff like that. You can also do that with media. Like I said, you can cheat the way that a program would look at the file. So we know that it's 5 minutes long. But when the program looks at it, it could be an hour long. So where those timestamps, they don't work anymore. It again, unless it's sitting there and counting while you're watching it, it's really a weird thing. And also, why go again? Like I said before, why go to those extremes? Just don't watch the fucking content. Like I don't get why people are going to go through so many ways of having ad blockers here and there and all these things. Just stop watching the content. That's how you get people to change. If you still watch it with ad blockers and stuff like that, they are not going to change. Oh, yeah. It is the truth. He's a fucking extremist. You should change the platform to require all users to pay. I kind of Honestly, I would not mind that. I would not mind that. Like, they kind of do already. Pay YouTube Premium. They have like a Premium Lite. Premium Lite. It's 99 per month. No, that can't be right. That's Danish. I think they converted it over to Danish money. So, so it's 69. So $10 a month. You get you don't have to watch any ads on YouTube anymore for $10 a month. I think that's a good deal. I think that's a good deal. If you're consuming, let's be honest, most people are consuming more YouTube than they're consuming Netflix and Hulu and all that fucking shit. If you're consuming more YouTube than other streaming services, pay the $10. The content creators get more out of it. YouTube gets something out of it. And you don't have to deal with ad blockers and all that fucking crazy shit that slows down your browser, can even slow down your system, and could potentially also open you up for fucking viruses and all kind of crazy shit if they're not done right. I'm not saying that they are or they've been in it like that, but any program that is doing crazy shit can, be open for crazy shit. And the people that are using ad blockers, they tend to also download a lot of illegal shit other ways, so they may even be compromised anyway. But that's another debate. Just pay the fucking $10. If you're consuming more YouTube than any other streaming service, pay the $10. And that's just, it's only, you don't get YouTube Music and all that shit. It's only working. There's no Premium Lite in the US. I kind of don't believe that. Yeah, 69 views. Yeah. No, it doesn't remove it in at videos. No. So if let's say DistroTubes, not DistroTubes, the links experiments in video ads are not going to be removed. Hey, Bao and said, no, they are not going to be removed. They're not going to be removed. And you need like the sponsored add-on, or what it's called. But like I said before, if you feel a content creator is overdoing it with ads, stop watching their fucking videos. Or else you're not helping anyone. You're just making it worse. You're just making it worse. Because you're validating them. Hey, Mabel, you're just validating what they're doing is okay. Even if they don't get money, they can go to sponsor and say, hey, I get this many views per video. They don't have to say if all of them are monetized views. They just have to say, this is how many views we got on this video. So you are helping them. You're part of the statistics. So again, just stop using all of that shit and stop watching that shit. Because you're just validating what they do is okay. Yeah, I saw something about here. It was only here in Scandinavia. Where is it? Yeah. What is YouTube Premium in the States? Is it only $11? If it's only $11, then pay those $11. I kind of want... I kind of want people to get out of the mentality of free shit. Like, I like free shit. I like to get $15, yeah, then pay those $15. No, there's something called... So the thing is, YouTube can actually see if the viewer is experiencing ads. So there is something called monetized views and non-monetized views. This is how crazy it is. If every view a content creator got on his videos, he will get almost 50% more money per video. That's how much ad blocking and all this shit. There's also some places where they can't serve ads and stuff, but let's just say 40%. If there was no ad blocking and no way to circumvent ads on YouTube, a content creator would make up to 40 to 50% more per video. That's how bad, sometimes more than 50%. There was, I think it was 2015 or 18, YouTube said that only 40% that year of views on YouTube was monetized views. 40 to 45%, don't get me up on that. That's how much money that is taken away from YouTube and content creators. So let's unpack this a little bit. What happens if a content creator don't make enough money on YouTube ads? They start to put more ads in their videos from other third-party advertisers. If Nick made enough money on YouTube pre-rolls, he didn't have to put in his own ads. What if YouTube also got more money from ads from videos? They did not have to do finding other ways of making money, because they're getting enough money from ads. And if you don't believe me, if you're old enough, remember YouTube in 2010 to 2015, 2008 to 2015, or 2013, a lot of people made a lot of money on ads. You rarely see anyone talking about donations. You rarely saw anyone putting a lot of in-video ads. They maybe had one, if at all, because they could live off the revenue from ads YouTube providing them in front of the video or behind the video, or ads that YouTube gave them. Then the apocalypse came, and then people started to use more and more ad blockers. So basically, content creators could not provide the same quality of content to you guys and girls, because it cost money. It cost money to make videos. So how do they get that money? We have to promote shit, so you can get the content that you want. YouTube needs to make money to pay for the hosting and blah, 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 and all that fucking shit. And if they don't make enough money on ads, they have to find other ways of doing it. YouTube Red, YouTube Music Premium, and blah, 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 blah. So here's the thing. We are not talking so much about big tech here. YouTube will still do what YouTube, like any company will still do what they're doing. But if a content creator got just 90% monetized views, you will drastically see a decrease in in-video ads overnight. Massively see a lot of, if not most, content creators stop doing the things we don't like them doing to make money, because they will make enough money from the ads YouTube give them. And this is why I say that ad blockers are actually hurting you, because you are forcing them to find other ways of making money. And that would be pimping out for Anchor, pimping out for Linode, and pimping out for Tuxedo, pimping out and selling your ads in other ways. They don't have to do that if they make enough money from the ads that are shown in front of the video and maybe at the end of the video. And I don't understand why people can't see that. That plugin is not going to work in the future. Welcome to the debate. But yeah, I don't this is why I want people to get away with this mentality of free shit. Like I said before, I like to get free stuff. You like to get free stuff. But you always have to remember this: nothing in this world is free. If you get something for free, some sucker somewhere have paid for it. Someone has paid for it. So you're basically leeching off those other people. So a gift, yeah, you get it for free, but your grandmother have paid for it, your parents have paid for it, your wife or your husband have paid for it. You get free stuff from a company. Well, that company or the sponsors have paid for that shit to give it to you. And if you're okay with just taking and taking and taking, that's okay. Linux, someone has put money and time into the software that you're using so you can use it for free. You are leeching off other people's money and work, basically. Nothing is free. Everything is being paid for in some way or form. That don't mean you should not accept free stuff, okay? That don't mean that every time someone gives you a gift, you should be like, no. I'm just saying, think about it. Think about it. Just think about it. That every time you don't pay for something, someone else has paid for it. And again, if it's a gift for your company for being a good employee, yeah, get it, take it. If it's like a gift from your family, take it. If it's like you are at a conference and someone's handing out free fucking, I don't know, take it. I'm not saying say no to all free shit, but if you're going out of your way to get something that is normally not free, and you want to get it for free, someone is paying for it in some way, shape, or form, or you are hurting this thing that that you actually want to have. Yeah, E-Boss. I don't know what's up with E-Boss. He's a crazy people. Yeah, Mabel, I know. We all know that you are the worst person on earth. You don't have to rub it in. We all know that. Yeah, I can say I can totally see that if you pay for YouTube Premium and a content creator has in-video ads as being an irritation, and I'm agreeing with you. I will agree with you. But that's because content creators don't get enough money from YouTube Premium. Meaning that if every viewer on YouTube had YouTube Premium, they didn't have to put in video ads. Because YouTube Premium pays more for a view than an ad does. When I look at my statistics, I can see the amount of premium views I get and non-premium views I get. And my premium views, if all of the non-premium views was premium views, I would be making like 40% more or something like that. So that again mean that if I was the Linux experiment, I didn't have to put in those ads to survive. It's one of those what is the correct word here? It's one of those things where it all somehow or in some way are connected with each other. And for it to work, YouTube has to become paid only. Or they have to, people have to stop using ad blockers. It's one of those things have to happen to get less in-video ads. And there will still be people doing in-video ads. You can't get away from. There are still people that would, like there are people that have a 5 minute, how long is it? Like 7 minutes or 5 minutes? And then you can put in ads yourself. There are people that on purpose make videos long enough so you can put in ads yourself. And they put in an ad break every 1 minute. Those kind of content creators, don't watch them. Don't watch them. Don't watch them. Don't. I think it's like 3 minutes. After 3 or 4 minutes, you can put in manually ad breaks. And there are channels out there that make videos just to put in manual ad breaks. And they do it like every 1 minute or something like that. It's fucking bonkers. Do I have to pay for women too? Yeah, you actually do. You actually do. You do pay for women. A woman pay for a man. It may not be in cash. It's in emotional currency, maybe. You know, if you are in a relationship and you're the only one taking and not giving anything back, you're not in that relationship for long. It's just, you have to compromise. It's a give and take. You want something out of the relationship. They want something out of the relationship, and you give or take. It's like a negotiation all the time, and a give or take. She may need emotional support today, and I don't fucking want to do that. But if you give her emotional support today, she will do something for you another day. That's how it should be working anyway. Sadly enough, there's always, or there seems to be always one person fucking always taking, another one giving. But in the perfect world, it should be a balance of you both do something for each other, That's kind of what that's why I hate birthday gifts and Christmas gifts. Because all that is exchange of money. You give me something for my birthday, and I give you something on your birthday. I hate that fucking dynamic. Every time someone gives me a birthday gift or a Christmas gift, I'm like, oh, we are changing money now. Why don't we just exchange the fucking money so we can buy what we really want? I hate that. I hate that dynamic. It's just changing, here's $100. Oh, yeah, give me $100. That's all it is. You just make a list of stuff that you want out of those $100 that you could go buy yourself if you had those $100. It makes no kids and stuff like that. Do it for them. They're not in any way, shape, or form able to give you money back. But let's say you get a gift for $100 on your birthday, you give a gift for $100 or $110 the other birthday, when they have birthday. You're just exchanging fucking money, man. I hate that shit. I hate it. I hate it. If it auto powers or unmutes, then I'm out. Yeah, ads are inseparable from daily life. Sadly enough, you're right, yeah. Offer service to allow no ads as a platform, and it will drive more users to all the service. No. But like I said, the only way, there are 2 ways you can do this to get away of in-video ads. Stop using ad blocks or make YouTube paid only, just like Netflix. I will not call them hate gifts. It's just fake. It's fake. A birthday gift is fake. Because 99% of people are giving you a birthday gift because of an obligation. Because you gave them one last year, so now they have to give you one this year. Or if I give you one this year, you'll give me one next year. It's extortion. It's fake as fuck. It's not about feelings or anything. Again, kids are another aspect. We're talking adults here. It's blackmail, fake, it's extortion. It's really fucking crazy. The same with fucking Christmas gifts. Oh, if I give you a Christmas gift, I expect to get one back. Why not just either not giving them and save the fucking money, or just exchanging the fucking, money over the counter? It's so fake. That I hate Christmas. I hate birthdays. It's so fake. Everyone is fake happy on your birthday and are fake your friends. people you have not talked to the whole year. It's like, oh, Facebook told me it's your birthday. Happy birthday. I hope you're having a great day. And then it goes like a fucking year before you hear from them again. Oh, it's your birthday again. I hope you're doing well. It's so fake. It's like, oh, I just want to take, every time it's my birthday, I just want to take people and slap them in the face. Like, just, I don't give a fuck. If you've not talked to me the whole year, your birthday wishes mean fucking nothing to me. You know, fucking just leave me the fuck alone. All of this fake bullshit we're doing in society is so fucking irritating. I get really frustrated over it. I hate birthdays. I hate Christmas. I really do hate it. It's so fake. Everyone in December is like fake happy and like, why the fuck do you need to have a Christmas to be happy and friendly towards other people? What about the other 11 months on Earth? Can you not be happy there? What's so special with fucking December the 24th? Nothing. But everyone is fake generous and fake happy. Oh, I normally don't hold the door for people, but oh, it's Christmas. It's like, oh. I just want to fucking pee on them or something. Like, it's just like, it makes no sense. Why can't you do that on a fucking, October the 1st? Just be, you know what? I'm having a fucking great day. Let me share some fucking joy and hold the door for you, or help you over the road, or help you fucking do the things. Why can't you only do that fucking thing on Christmas? Yeah, and go to church or whatever the fuck they're doing just to feel like better human beings. Installing Gento at his birthday, yeah. Yeah. I would rather just either not give the money to someone or and keep the money for myself and buy myself a gift. Because I know what I want. Make a good dinner. For my birthday. Ever since I was like 18 or something like that, all I wanted for my birthday was like, you know what? Let me choose what we have for dinner. Let me have my favorite foods. Make the day special. Make it special. Do the stuff that I like to do. And, make the day about me. Don't get me wrong. Like, let me have my day. But you don't have to fucking give me gifts. And all that fake bullshit. Like, hey, do that. It's your birthday. You're in charge of this day. What should we have to eat? Do we want to go anywhere? Should we do some activities together and stuff like that? That I can agree with. That's nice. You're doing something, amazing for. I'm not a boomer, by the way, but yeah, it's okay to live in the past. It's that I can see as a that's a good way of celebrating someone's birthday. For example, is that today it's your fucking day. The same with Christmas. Do the dinner, do the get together, do the Christmas tree shit, and go to church and sell your soul to the devil on top instead of the devil on the bottom. You do that, have that. But the whole fucking exchanging gifts things, I don't understand it. But yeah, make Christmas a day about celebrating life and celebrating, if you are religious, celebrating our great Lord and all of that. You do that, but all of this fucking exchanging gifts and all that fakeness, just leaving you alone is the real gift. No, I don't mind people being around me and coming for my birthday or Christmas and stuff like that. It's this fakeness about them being fake happy and fake my friend for a day. Like, if you're not my friend or happy to be around me the rest of the year, don't fucking do it just for one day to make me feel happy. Because when you see someone that you're only going to see on your birthday, and then they are just fucking avoiding you the rest of your year, that's not a good feeling to know that this person is only here because of obligations. When people type to me on Facebook, I don't reply. All of those, oh, happy birthday on Facebook, I don't reply. I don't do anything. Because here's the thing. If you're my friend, you have my phone number. Or you could DM me. If the only time you think about me is because Facebook has like, pling, it's this fat idiot's birthday, I don't give a fuck about you. Just to put it out there, you don't mean anything in my life. And I apparently don't mean anything in your life. So just fuck off. There's a nice way to give someone. Many of the most valuable things in my life were gifts or presents by your loved ones. So here's the thing, Julian. You are right. So and this is how it should be done. If you want to give someone a gift, you go out and you give them a gift on a Monday, or you give them the gift, like 6 months after their birthday. That's when it means something. When you're giving someone a gift without them expecting it, that's a gift. If I know you're going to give me something, that's not a gift. Again, we're just exchanging fucking pleasantries. But if I'm coming home from work and there's a little fucking package on my table with a little bow on, and it's like, oh, here's the watch that you always wanted. You will remember that for the rest of your fucking life. Getting the same watch for Christmas, you will not remember it that much. It will not mean that much for you, because you know that if you're getting it without any Christmas or birthday, you know that person is thinking about you. You know that person cares about you, because they remember you talking about this watch. They know you want this watch. They want to do something nice for you. And more than not, if they're giving you a gift like that, they don't expect to get one back. I love gifts like that. I love getting something outside of these birthdays or Christmases and stuff like that. Or I love when people are doing nice things for me or other people when they don't have to, because that means they care. Doing something nice for stuff at Christmas or birthdays, it's just obligations. But doing it outside of those things means they care about you, they think about you, and stuff like that. Like, the biggest smiles I've seen on a fucking girl's face is giving them flowers without them expecting it, for example. Like, a flower for like $10 was making a girl more happy than buying her a fucking expensive birthday gift or an expensive jewelry for Christmas. Why? Because she did not expect it. She was just doing her normal thing. Those things mean so fucking much more than this fucking bullshit societal craziness that we are doing. At least as a non-Christian, I don't have to bother with Christmas spirit. Yeah, so I'm not a Christian either, or I'm not religious whatsoever. I don't mind taking part of religious events and stuff like that, but I do it more for the... Well, a little bit because of societal pressure. Birthdays and Christmases and all of those things, those holidays, that's because of societal pressure. But I will not mind going to the Middle East and going into a mosque to see how they're doing that thing, just to experience that feeling and stuff like that, to get new information in my brain and see how they're doing those things. Like, it's an experience. That don't mean that I'm now a fucking Muslim or anything like that. Like, I like doing those things, I like to talk to other people that have other religions and stuff like that, and why they have it, how they're practicing it, and stuff like that. So, it's good information. It's interesting. It's, you learn something. Here in China, have to buy 3 gifts on Valentine's Day. What? And a loom. Oh, yeah. I think I've heard about that. Yeah. Oh, really? Yeah, but it's again. I know some people. I always get this thrown in my head. What about kids? Yeah, we are not talking about kids. We're talking about grown-ass adults. Like we are talking about grown-ass adults. Let the kids get their fucking gifts. Like I I have no issue with spoiling the living shit out of kids on their birthday and at Christmas. I think nowadays Christmases and birthdays means more to kids than for adults. Like, it's their holiday. Especially Christmas, unless you're massively religious. Like, Christmas is if you have kids, it's about the kids. You know. Marble, your social credits point is 10,000, so you have a lot of fucking shit to get up for, or to amend for. Oh, that's movies. Oh god, what the fuck is that? Oh god. Did I want to do something with OpenSUSE, or did I just boot it up to boot it up? I can't even remember. I can't remember. Also, this looks really fucking bad. I'm just happy I don't live with marble. It would be the fucking worst fucking experience in my life. Like, the brain capacity of that human is like 0. There was something I wanted to do. Oh, no? I think it was Lamer talking about. I can't fucking remember it now. You do know, Mabel, that when every time you say something you want to troll, it basically makes the effect less potent. Because then everyone that see you say something, they expect you to be a troll. So they start to not listening to you. So the effect of being a troll is not, it's not there anymore. You boot up a VN and can't remember why. Sounds like walking into a room and forgetting why you ended. Old age creeping up. No, I've done that my whole life. I think I just booted up this OpenSUSE to update it. I haven't updated in a couple of days. And then I remembered Lamer talking about something about Yast, or was it Vector about Yast in Discord, and I wanted to check it out. Or just have it up if he comes in and see if I could help him with something. Like, if it's important, I can remember it. If it's not important, I don't remember shit. But I've done that my whole life. If something is not important, I don't remember it. But if it is, I remember it. I think all people do that, to be honest. Mobile. A script to build SUSE Linux RPMs. Maybe I should look at that at some point. That's also that's the RPM side of it. Also, this like OpenSUSE are going to make a Red Hat clone. It's like, I don't know why they would do that. When they have not Yast, when they have Leap. Why not? Like, they're like, we don't want Leap. We want to go over to this adoptive platform thingy. Leap was the alternative to Red Hat Enterprise Linux. Not SUSE, not Tumbleweed, but Leap. Leap was already basically not a Corby, but what was like the alternative long-term release done in a nature of Red Hat. So why the fuck do they kill off Leap, that was basically a alternative to Red Hat and doing really, really well, and then make, you know what, let's make a one-to-one clone of Red Hat. Why not just make Leap more compatible with Red Hat? It probably already is massively compatible with Red Hat. I don't know when they will go immutable with Leap or go away from Leap. Maybe next year again. There's a couple of years left, I think they talked about. So now they're going immutable for the instead of doing Leap, and then they're going to do a Red Hat bit for bit copy, and they're going to do Tumbleweed. Why not just continue doing Leap and make Leap more Red Hat compatible? That would make more sense in my brain, because it's probably already are massively Red Hat compatible. Who actually funds desktop Linux? Corporations. The people funding Linux, anything Linux and open source, is massive multi-million and billion-dollar companies. That's who is sponsoring or funding Linux desktop. Linux is not this little hacker OS that everyone wants it to be. Yeah, a lot of people misunderstood what Red Hat did. And they didn't do anything legal or illegal, sorry. It's just unmoral. And it's only the beginning. They need to make money. Again, this is what a lot of Linux users, they tend to forget. What is like Eslik, you are an American that is really good into history. What president was saying this about communism, that at some point you run out of other people's money? That is what's happening with open source now and Linux. There's not enough hobbyists and individuals paying for it to sustain it anymore. So they need to do stuff to sustain themselves. That means taking money from big massive corporation or lock down shit behind a paywall. And that's the reality of it. That's the sad reality of it. That's how the world works. Like I said, nothing is free in this world. If it's free for you, someone else has paid for it. No, it was a president that said that in the States. I can't remember if it was Reagan or some. It was like in the 70s or 80s. I can't remember if it was Reagan. It was like in the early 80s or something, like late 70s. Yeah, but there was a president saying that like back then also. So here's the thing, James. Funding Linux server is funding Linux desktop. Linux desktop and Linux server is not two separate things. So if you sponsor Canonical, the money they get from the server department is helping making the Ubuntu desktop. You know, the money, there's a lot of companies sponsoring GNOME, KDE, and stuff like that. And without those money, they will not be able to do a lot of the things that they're doing, or as fast as they're doing them right now. Because the Linux as it is right now, and open source as it is right now, is too big and massive and costs too much money for the user base to basically sponsor it by itself. Meaning that if everyone using Linux, like as a desktop operating system at home and not at work, there are more than likely not enough people to be able to sponsor Linux then. Unless Linux became paid. Yeah, Red Hat, SUSE, Intel, AMD sponsor GNOME and KDE. There's so many companies sponsoring. Huawei, I think, also do it. But one way to directly sponsor Linux desktop was that if every distribution cost like $10, like just an arbitrary number. But most people that use Linux, they don't want to pay to use Linux. They only want Linux because they don't have to pay for it. And this is one of the biggest issues I have with Linux people, is that they sit and talk about this, giving back to the community, being part of the community, and blah, 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 as long as they don't have to do any work and they don't have to pay any money. Because if everything about Linux stayed the same as it is today, but you could not get a distribution without paying $10, would you still be running Linux? 99% of all Linux users will stop running Linux. No matter how open it is and blah, 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 blah. The second, if every distribution you downloaded costed $10, most people will not be running Linux. Then they are not open source advocates. Then they are not into open source, because nothing in open source or free software foundations philosophies are saying that you can't do that. It's legal to do so. But people just know that if you require the user base to pay money for using their software, they will not use it, because they don't give a fuck about open source. The only thing they give a fuck about is getting free shit. And it's the sad reality of life. So, Wayland, that's a Red Hat invention. It's a Red Hat sponsored endeavor. Pipewire, I think, is also Red Hat. It's heavily sponsored by Red Hat and SUSE, big companies. No, Julian. Microsoft have they give out money to open source projects each year, and some of that money they gave $10,000 to. No, they do that to different open source companies. It's basically a PR stunt. It's a marketing stunt. And they have done that over the years a lot of times to different projects. No, that's no. So one of the proprietary software called Presto to make their 3D animation movies. That's more than likely Red Hat servers that they're running it on. So when a lot of people, they say that, see an article here that all of the special effects is made on Linux. So they think they're sitting and using After Effects or something like that on Linux to make the special effects. No, it's more than likely that the rendering of those special effects is being done on Linux. Most people still using Windows to do the groundwork, the animation, what the fuck, graphical side of it and stuff like that. The rigging and stuff like that is done in, more than likely done on Windows machines, and then the rendering, the combining it is being offloaded to a massive server farm. That's then, combining all of those things into the movie and then putting it out. That's what they more than likely are using Linux for. They're not sitting and again, I don't know this as a fact, but this is how most companies are doing it, that are open about how they're doing it, is that they're using Windows or Mac desktops to do the, everything that's not a heavy workload. So not rendering, rigging, graphical stuff, scripting, and stuff like that. And then when they are going to render it, which takes a lot of horsepower, they then throw it into a Linux machine in the back end. Heck, Microsoft use Red Hat. Like, Microsoft use Red Hat servers. I've done it for years. They have videos on it. Yeah, most companies are multi-platform users. Most companies are multi-platform users, and a lot of them don't know it. Technically, the company I work for are multi-platform users. So they use Windows and they use Linux. Their server, or their NAS server, is running Linux. It's a Synology NAS. That's a Linux distribution that's running there. But they don't directly interact with Linux. They have a user interface they interact with, but they don't directly interact with the command line. Most companies have more than one operating system running in their company. If you're dealing with Azure, you may be running Linux in a container or something like that. If you go shopping, You could be interacting indirectly with a Mac system or FreeBSD system or OS2 system when you're paying with your credit card. So if you're going to an ATM, there could be anything from fucking FreeBSD, OS2, Windows XP to whatever other systems, QNX and stuff. The thing is that you don't really see a lot of the systems that you interact with. You don't see what they really are. You know, you just see the front end that they're presenting to. You don't really know what's going on behind it. The big banks also use Red Hat Linux on this. They use everything. There are big banks using Windows and Red. It depends on the server role and how much sense it makes in the company. Some are Linux only servers, some are mixed between Windows and Linux. Some is both Linux, Windows, FreeBSD. Some have used Mac as servers. This is really expensive, but it's a thing. Mac Minis are being used as servers. There's a Mac Mini here that there's probably hardcore Linux users right now interacting with a Mac Mini when they're going onto the interwebs. You're just not directly using Mac OS or Mac Mini, but you're indirectly using it. If you're running Linux only and you're thinking that that's the only operating system that you're interacting with, that's not true. It's the only operating system that you have on your computer. But you don't know what the credit card station is running when you paid for your fucking double-sided dildo. You know, you don't know what the card registers or the registry system or accounting system is using at the pizza shop that you just bought a pizza at that you have given them money being registered in, or you have put your code in for your credit card there. You cannot live in a world where you're like, I'm not interacting or benefiting from Microsoft or Mac OS or any other operating system whatsoever, because you kind of are just not. It's not in your face. It's behind something else. And before MS used Linux internally, they used Linux as a backend running part. Microsoft made their first Linux distribution like 2002 or 3, something like that. Where they were talking about, they had it as a testing in the R&D department. And Red Hat used Microsoft. You know, here. This is from Red Hat's own. They've been partners since 2015, so almost 10 years. You know, it's... There are some people using Linux desktop in businesses. There are automation things done on Linux desktops. There are government facilities, you know, like local governments using Linux. You know, local councils and stuff like that using Linux. There are even some banks that use Linux as their cashier front end for doing bank stuff. And like Linux is being used on the desktop, but it's being used mostly in a corporate desktop, not a gaming content creation desktop and stuff like that. It's there are ATMs that have Linux behind it with a front end on it. That could be regarded as a desktop if you want to. It's just like the gaming, you know, what we are doing right now, kind of Linux, is not being used as much. Most of the Linux desktop is being done in a corporate setting. Well, Steam, is Steam OS a typical Linux distribution though? It's really not. It's a purposely built Linux distribution It's a purposely built system for a specific purpose. Brain. That require maximum uptime. Use systems like VMS and HP Nonstop OS. You can get that with Windows also. You can get like high uptime with Windows. You can get it with FreeBSD. You can get it with Linux. It depends on how you set up your system. Universities and research institutes, facilities, yeah, but that's not traditional desktops either. That's, you know, specific use cases. So will the Linux desktop be more like a workstation instead of personal? Yeah, Like, think about Linux desktop as a workstation. That's where Linux is mostly used as a desktop on workstations. Who founded Gentoo? Hobbyists. Yeah, the same. Like, who founded the Linux kernel? Are hobbyists. You know, who founded Arch Linux? Are hobbyists. But when things become too big, they need money to stay alive. No. Valve, the company behind the Steam Deck, have an interest in making KDE and Linux work well on the Steam Deck. They don't have an interest in making KDE and SteamOS working well on your Intel system running NVIDIA graphic card. That's not in their best interest. That's not what they care about. That don't mean you won't benefit from it, but that's not what they care about. Valve only care about Linux and open source as long as it's benefiting Valve. That's like, if you look at all of the projects Valve are sponsoring, it's stuff that Valve directly benefit from. They put money into Wayland. Why? Because they use Wayland on the Steam Deck. They put money into KDE. Why? Because KDE is being done on the Steam Deck. Had it been GNOME, they would put money into GNOME. Had they been using Xorg, they'd put money into Xorg. Valve only cares about Valve. Valve is not a Linux company. Valve is not an open source company. Valve is Microsoft, Google, Apple combined into one company when it comes to gaming. Like, Valve is... If you take the gaming community, think about Valve as a company. Like, if you combine Google, Apple, and Microsoft, that's how bad they are for gaming and gamers and their structure within gaming and what they're doing within gaming. Valve don't give a fuck about Linux. So it's more profitable. So why they are doing open source is basically because they have to put less money into it. So I could make if let's say I'm Valve, I could either use Windows and pay a lot of fees and shit like that to Windows to use Windows. Or I could make my own proprietary operating system that will take a lot of money and a lot of time. Or I could use something that's already out there doing 80 or 60% of what I wanted to do, and then just pay for the last 20 or 40%. It's all about saving money. That's why they're doing Linux. A lot of the work is already done. They just have to sponsor a little bit projects here and there. And it's basically just a money saver for them. It's the same with PlayStation. PlayStation 1 BSD, of in-house version of BSD. Again, if you can take something existing and build on top of that, it's more, not always, but a lot of times that's better than starting from scratch. Just like, you don't have to reinvent the wheel. Microsoft, they want money and licenses and blah blah blah. Linux, everything is here. Just take it. Take it and use it. You just have to give the code back, and you have to, we may have to spend a little bit of money, but it's still less than we have to spend running Windows. What Valve is doing, Valve is only doing it because it's going to make Valve more money than running Windows. Valve don't support Linux because they want to be nice. They don't do it because they are good people. They don't do it because they want Linux to succeed. They do it because that's the path they think Valve would make more money on. That's all they care about. Valve care only about money. That's it. They have shown it over and over and over again. And here's the thing. If SteamOS and the Steam Deck turns out to be a flop, and they don't make enough money or any money on it in the long run, they will do like they have done 3 or 4 or 5 times in the past. Stop supporting it. Stop making it. This is like the 3rd SteamOS we have. And after a few years, every time they tried SteamOS, SteamOS with Linux, they just put it on a shelf. And all of their support and all of the giving code backs just stopped. Just totally stopped. They stopped working on it. Or working on it a lot. The development drastically fucking decreased. They stopped selling the consoles that they sold with SteamOS 2 on it, like the Razer hardware and stuff like that. So unless the Steam Deck continues to be a success, we could see SteamOS with arts and Valve spending money on Proton and all that shit. That could slow down massively. Massively. And that's what people tend to forget when they look at Steam and Valve, is that this is not the first time they've done it. And Valve is one of the worst company on earth when it comes to consumer rights, developer rights, proprietary stuff, privacy, and telemetry. Like Valve and Steam, like the Steam client, is taking more telemetry on your system than Windows is. And private data. And you see all of the Microsoft-hating Linux users gladly downloading and installing Steam on all their fucking Linux machines and throwing their big dick around of them being, oh, I can game on Linux, hey, I'm out of the fucking telemetry hell and privacy data collection hell of Windows. Oh, yeah, well, now Steam is on Valve just have that data. It's so funny to see that shit. ReactOS it's too late. Nobody uses Windows 95 anymore. ReactOS had its chance. It's not going to amount to anything worthwhile anymore. Because the system they want to be compatible with, Windows 95 to NT, is long gone, unless you're on a server or something like that. Yeah, Rock Alley runs Windows 11, which the fucking Linux fanboy gamer is really like trying to basically lie to you about. No, you don't own the games on Steam, no. Linux user, you should not use Linux because Windows because you don't own Windows. While I spent $1,000 on Steam games the last 2 years. Yeah, that's $1,000 you have not, of stuff you don't earn. Yeah, go to Valve's and Steam's websites. Go to Valve's website. They tell you exactly. Go to you want to see what they're collecting? How the fuck, is that? I can't spell the survey. Yeah. This is just some of the shit that they track. This is just some of the shit that they track. Your OS, your RAM, your CPU speed, your physical CPUs, your video card description, your VRAM, your primary display resolution, your multi-monitor display resolution, your language, your free hard disk space, your total hard disk space, your VR headset and other settings, and this is just some of it they collect. Then you probably have a payment method connected to Steam also, where your bank tracks everything that you're doing with your money. Now Steam can do that also. They can track how much money you spend on Steam, how often you do it under what sale, what time of year are you most likely to spend money on, and blah, 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 blah. How long do you game, what games do you play the most, if you go into like Steam games stats. Here, that's tracking users. Like you can, it's right up in people's face. Yeah, React. I'm totally agreeing with you, Esnik. It was never a worthwhile endeavor. It's a fun technical exercise, but they couldn't keep up with the and again, ReactOS is a perfect example where forking something don't matter if the parent project or software have a lot more money and a lot more developers than you have. Because they could not reverse engineer Windows fast enough. It's not impossible to reverse engineer Windows. It just takes a lot of time and money and effort. It's not impossible. But if you're trying to reverse engineer something that is evolving with the speed of life because of the money and development power they have behind it, like as they say, you're trying to keep playing catch up. Like you're driving a tractor trying to catch up to a fucking Lambo, the newest Lambo out there, or the biggest fucking supercar that you can get your hands on. It means a lot. Money and developers, access to developers means a fucking lot. Started as a hobby project, and it became way more than that. It was intended. Linux was just intended to be a personal hobby OS for one person that could not afford a Unix system. That's all it came out. Linux didn't start to outcompete Windows. Linux's creation was not to outcompete or get away from Windows, Mac OS, and proprietary software. Linux was made because a student could not afford a Unix system. And he was interested in the new Intel CPUs. So Linux has actually succeeded in what Linux was made for, to basically make a cheaper alternative to Unix. So Linux have succeeded in its design and its purpose. Then the Free Software Foundation, with their tiny little fucking hairy dicks, started to take over Linux, because the Linux use a lot of their software. They couldn't be happy with Linux using their software. They had to hijack Linux with their political fucking extremist and propaganda and cult. And then they recruited basically a lot of people to then... Now, a lot of people see Linux as, it's meant to be taking over Windows and the desktop market. No. Linux was meant as a development station. It's that simple. Linus made it as a development station. He couldn't afford Unix or whatever. I can't remember if it was Solaris or Spark, or I think it was a Spark system he couldn't afford. It don't matter. And he was interested in the new Intel architecture. So he made an operating system that was Unix-like. All of the rest about taking out proprietary software and taking out Windows and all of that, this battle, all comes down to the Free Software Foundation. You can thank the Free Software Foundation for that. And that's why Linus is not good friends with the Free Software Foundation, by the way. They are not doing this for the same reasons. The Free Software Foundation wants to take over the world and make their philosophies the only philosophies to exist within computing. Basically, they want to make the computing world a dictatorship, where the only right way and the only option you have is their option, in the name of freedom. And if you think about that, the only people thinking like that are extreme cults, extreme religious people, and dictators. We are doing this for the betterment of the people. Those people over there, they cannot exist. We need to do something with them. They are bad because they don't think like us. That's basically what the Free Software Foundation want. They want to exterminate proprietary software because they don't like the philosophy of it. And they don't think it should be a variable for developers in the world to do proprietary software. AKA, they want to exterminate proprietary software. Just like a little haired guy in Germany wants to exterminate other group of people because he didn't like them, the way they think and all of that fucking shit. I'm not calling them communists. There are some things that you can correlate with Marxism and communism and stuff like that, but I will not call them communists. Because they do want to make money. You know, Richard Stallman wants to make money, and the Free Software Foundation wants to make money, and stuff like that. So you have to. So the reason why Richard Stallman made the Free Software Foundation stuff like that was because he wanted to be able to modify the code. Because back in the day, if you were working in a server room and there was a bug in a system, you package that system together, you send it out to the out-shipping department, they send it to the other end of the fucking country, someone fixed and sent a new tape back to you with the right code on it, and you put it on your fucking big server, and then, oh, for fuck's sake, they forgot a fucking comma or semicolon. Let's pack this together, send that out while we're receiving a new fucking tape that's the right colon, semicolon, and so on, putting it on, now it's working. He wanted to eliminate that. He wanted to be able to, oh, there's a bug in the system, let me fix it, and I can send the fix back to the original developers. That made perfectly sense before the internet. If I have a problem with a proprietary software, and I'm a company, hey, Esnik, this piece of software I paid $10,000 for is not working. It's doing this and this. Oh, Esnik, he's like, yeah, you fat, stupid idiot. Can you send me a log report? Yep, here it is. Yep, I know exactly what to do. Here you go, there's a patch coming in 2 minutes. Or in 30 minutes. Then you have fixed the system. There's no need for anyone, or, well, there's always a need, but for most people nowadays, there's no need for them to fix a program in a server room. They just call up the provider or the manufacturer and say, bro, it's peeing itself again. And they're like, oh, let's look at the logs and stuff. Oh, yeah, we know what's wrong. Let's fix it. And they're sending out a patch. His reasons for doing the open source thing made sense back then. It don't anymore. It just don't. Because there's no need for you to be able to look at the source code and you could just call up someone and say, you know what, I'm paying you a lot of money, man. Fix this shit, you know? Fix it, man, or I'm going to someone else. Back in the day, you couldn't really do that because it took so fucking long to get something fixed. And if you watch my new video, end users, open source means the only people that can benefit from open source is developers. Developers or development project leaders or development companies. It's another way of doing development. Open source only means something for developers. It cannot be translated into anything else in life. It's not translatable into taxation, mental health efforts, disaster reliefs or anything like that. Open source or the free software, whatever the fuck you will call it, the opportunity to see the source code modified, give back and freely distributed, all of that fucking shit only benefits and makes sense for developers. And if you're not a developer that are actually developing an open source project or want to be part of an open source project, it means nothing to you. Nothing. Because all of the benefits that open source is providing is benefits that you are not going to take part of. You are not going to look at the source code. You're not going to contribute back. You're not going to help develop this little thing or fix a bug. You're just using the software. If you're just using the software, open source have no benefit to you whatsoever. For normal people, open source will only mean that they get free shit. Yeah, that's why they like it. That's why that's why they say they care about that you can see the source code. That's why they say they care about the license, because they are afraid that if it's not open source, they now have to pay for it. So they are hiding behind this philosophy of the open source movement of Free Software Foundation, but in reality, it's just because they don't want to pay for it. It's that simple. Because unless you are actively doing something with the source code, it won't benefit you. It won't. Basically, it's like going into a restaurant or going into a carpenter. Let's say a plumber that is installing a fucking toilet in your bathroom right now. Going in and telling him what tools to use, what clothes to wear, what kind of ceilings he should use, and all of that shit, while not helping him out whatsoever, while not paying extra for him to do it. You're just telling him how to do his job, and then you're going back in and watching Netflix and chill, aka being Karen. That's how Linux users are. Most Linux users that are not developers. They are telling developers and demanding developers to do their job in a certain way, while not being part of that community and doing that job. It's a Karen. Like, Linux users are Karens. They're Karens. Getting free shit is a benefit, but then you also have, like, here's the thing. If you're a Linux user and you're like, you know what, I don't give a fuck about open source or free software and all that, The only thing I care about is I get this free shit. I don't have to pay for it. Best friends forever. Cool. Okay. Fine. The second that person tries to tell Linus Torvalds or Canonical or Microsoft or anyone else how to do that job, you might as well just go down to Starbucks and yell and scream about your latte was not done the right way. While have no fucking idea how to do a latte yourself. But you have heard that this is the correct way. You know, it's... As an end user, I confirm that I don't care about open source or proprietary. I don't either. And I do development at work. Like, I couldn't give a fuck. I couldn't give a fuck. As long as it does what I wanted it to do. Have I benefited from open source? A lot. Have I looked at a lot of open source code, both for education and work purposes? A lot. A lot. A fucking lot. I learned so much Python from open source, it's not even funny. I can definitely see open source being a massive benefit for education and stuff like that also. Like if you want to learn to code and whatnot. Or get ideas on how to do stuff in coding. Or look at how other people are handling a situation or issue within coding, the coding world. It's a massive benefit. But how many people sit and code in their spare time for fun? Not many. You know. Glad to know those free shit, yeah. I'd have to say Richard Stallman is cringe about Steam. His free software philosophy hurts him. Yeah, like he's... Well, he's not wrong, Limps. So he's not wrong that Linux users should stop installing Steam on Linux if they are saying they care about the same thing as he does. Like, you cannot say that you care about the philosophies of open source and privacy and all of that shit and then run Steam at the same time. You can't. It's impossible. You cannot say, oh, I'm so anti-proprietary software and just running one proprietary software. That makes you a massive hypocrite. Most people only care about those things as long as it's benefit for them. The second it becomes an issue, it becomes an irritation, it becomes a hurdle, they don't give a fuck anymore. They just don't. Like, just all of the NVIDIA users out there that are, oh, free software, yay, open source, yay, but then they run the proprietary fucking NVIDIA driver. Oh, well, the open source driver sucks, so I kinda have to run it. No, you don't. If you really believe in the things you say you believe in, you will deal with sucking with the open source NVIDIA driver. You will be part of the suckiness of the open source NVIDIA driver because you really care about what you're talking about. If you are running the proprietary NVIDIA driver while saying, oh, I support all that shit, you're just saying it to sound cool. You're just saying it to fool yourself. You don't really believe in it. And it's so obvious that it's not even funny. Blender was not really a game changer, to be honest. Like Blender was not really a game changer. It's one of the more popular open source projects out there, alongside with GIMP and stuff like that. But they were not really a game changer. Like, the world would live on happily without GIMP and Blender. The world would not care if those projects went away. They wouldn't. And to be a game changer, that will mean that if you're not here anymore, the world will change. Because you changed the world. Have you never had the iPhone? We would probably not have smartphones as we see them today. That was a game changer. Blender is just a really popular alternative to 3D animation stuff like that. Just like GIMP is a really popular open source alternative to photoshopping and photo applications and stuff like that. They didn't change anything. They just, or not just, they are amazingly well-built alternatives. But they were no game changer. There was not a world before GIMP or Blender and a world after Blender and GIMP. The world before and after is the same. You just have one more alternative. So to be a game changer, you need to change the world. You need to change the game. like the iPhone did, like Windows 95 did, with UI paradigms and stuff like that. You need to change the world, the game that you're playing. Blender didn't do that. They just became a really, 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 really fucking great, well put together open source alternative. If you want to see some, like, probably the most used open source software could be debated is VLC. I remember using VLC on Windows, like, fucking, when did it came out? Like, in 2001. Like, I have a hard time remembering not using VLC, and I've used VLC ever since it came out on Windows and Linux. It's probably one of the most used, at least media players in the world, if not one of the most used open source software in the world. But it's not a game changer. It didn't change the computing world. It didn't change the media player world. The same with Audacity. Like, every content creator on Earth have used Audacity at one point in life. But it didn't change the world. It just became a really, really good alternative. No, Linux is not a game changer. Not even on servers. Not even on servers. Linux is not even the most used server operating system. Like, it's a misconception. It's the most used web server of the top 100 or 1,000 web servers. But that's not the whole picture. That's just for the top 100 or 1,000. I can't remember which one it is. If you look at the whole server market, every server imaginable, Linux is about, was it 30-something or 40-something percent? Like, the closest to a game changer, Linux web serving, your specific web serving. There was a time before Linux and after Linux. Firefox is not even a game changer. Yeah, HTTP servers was a game changer. Yeah, Firefox was not a game changer because you had DTW, by the way, you had Mozilla. What the fuck is it? Was it Netscape, Mozilla, and Fire? I can't fucking remember it right now. I can't. I used to love Netscape. Yeah, Netscape released the source code of its browser and created Mozilla organization. Using the Gecko rendering. It was called something before it was called Firefox. Yeah, Netscape, Mozilla. Yeah, but wasn't it called Firebird or something? No, what the fuck? It had a name before Firefox. It had a code name. Is that what I'm thinking about? I think that's what I'm thinking about. Firebird. No, it's an open source SQL. Oh, that's not what I think. Oh. Yeah, I need to do some fucking JSON databasing also. I need to learn that shit. Thanks for remembering. Oh. Yeah, thanks for reminding me, fucking Wikipedia. No, Phoenix is a website. Yeah, I can't. I think they may have. Yeah, I think I may be mixing things up here, because I think they had like an internal. Before it was called Firefox, it had like a code name or something like that. I think that's what I am mixing it up with. Oh, yeah. You're right. Phoenix. Yeah. What? The Ascent browser was originally in Phoenix. Yeah, you're right. Oh, Phoenix. Big fucking, yeah. Yeah, Phoenix, that's right. Yeah, you're right. Firefox is a fucking awful web browser. I hate it with a passion. I used to love Firefox, but the last 7 years, I just... Every time I have to use Firefox, I'm like... I'm like a kid that are coughing up mothballs. It's like... It's just so heavy, and the UI looks awful, and... It's slow as fuck, and oh, Firefox OS. Can anyone remember that shit? Oh, yeah. Yeah. The good old days. The good old days. Them good olden days. Performance. Oh, let's see. That's stat counter. A lot of people use stat counter nowadays. When is this from? 2003. Chrome, Safari. Oh, wow. Wow. I did. Oh, what? No, I don't like it on desktop. No. But Safari is the third most used. But is that because they take mobiles? Let's have a look. Why can't I see? What are they looking at here? Worldwide, all platforms. Yeah, so it's both desktop, tablet, and mobile. Okay, that makes sense then. What if we do only desktop? Edge is really good, yeah. What do you think about hamburger menus? I don't have a problem with them. It's not my favorite, but I don't have a problem with them. Okay, so Edge and Safari are like changing clothes here. Okay, so yeah, that makes sense. What if we do mobile only? Still Chrome, Safari, Samsung Internet, okay. Samsung Internet is actually really good on mobiles, to be honest. Huh. Yeah, Chrome is just up there, man. You're triggered. Yeah. Do we need to make a safe space bubble for you? Like a safe space? So you can be protected from all bad words that I'm telling you? What the fuck is this? Oh, that's just over the years. Let's see what Linux market share is now in here. Linux market share. 3.7%. Yeah, where's the stat counter? There you go. Look, Windows is getting up there again. I remember everyone when they saw this here. OS is getting up also. Where's Linux at? Linux is standing still, more or less. Chrome OS is going up. Mac OS is going up. Windows is going up. Linux is just like, yeah. I love this shit. Oh, fucking hell. But yeah, this is probably all those sanctions in Russia and all of that fucking shit. This is why this happened. I want to know what these others are that just disappeared. Like from fucking 1 month to another month. Like, this sounds really stupid or really suspicious because here, like, this is probably because of the war with Russia and all that shit, that Windows is like Windows backing out of Russia and whatnot. And then you see like unknown here go up. What is that unknown? Like it could be like QNX, or if you don't know what QNX is, it's an embedded OS. I actually used to run this back in the day. I ran this I tried to run it as my main desktop operating system for like a week or something like that back in 2000 and I can't fucking remember. It's from Canada apparently, but it's being used a lot now in medical equipment. It's brought up by it was kinda no, because we had BSD. It was around while BSD was around also. But you think about it like Haiku or BSD or not BSD, BOS. But it's mostly used in embedded systems and stuff like this here, like automation and whatnot. It's a real-time OS. But they tried to get into the desktop market in like the early 2000s by basically making a desktop system. Can we zoom in? Like we can't zoom in. But yeah, I remember a lot of Linux users commenting on my videos about this here, that oh my god, Windows is dying out and blah blah blah. Yeah, of course it is. This is nothing new. This has happened before in the history of operating systems. What is interesting is that Mac OS has gotten a really high boost. But Mac Minis are really affordable though. Maybe that's it. Like I may buy a Mac Mini next month. Maybe. Or in September, not October. I keep forgetting that we're not in August yet. In either September or maybe October, I will be buying a Mac Mini, I think. I will sell my soul to the devil. And QNX was also open source. Yeah, so it must have been in. I used QNX before BlackBerry bought it. So I must have been using QNX in 98, 99. Lynx is better than Lynx. I don't care. Didn't Firefox achieve mostly speed pretty? I don't know. Yeah, I can definitely I can definitely see that digitally invisible. Flip the graph up and down. Linux will be the winner. Yeah. Yeah, I hear a lot of developers love coding on Mac OS. I've seen a lot of content creators and coder content creators loving Mac OS as a coding OS way more than Linux. Like I wish. So here's the thing. Let's fanboy a little bit, or not fanboy, but let's talk about a Mac Mini. Because I feel that it's getting too expensive. What really would help... Oh, fucking hell, I don't want to go to Denmark. Go away. Go away! Bye. This one here, $150 off. $150 off. And you would see... Honestly, I'm not a fucking expert, but if it was $150 off, Mac OS would explode. Because that's about the price that most people buy a graphic card for. Yeah, I'm still getting the basic Mac Mini. I don't think I will fully go over to a full-blown Mac OS user. I'm buying it as a content creation tool to edit on and stuff like that, and to make videos about. I will still have my Windows machine and game on it and stuff like that. I don't even think I would be installing Linux on it, because my whole idea was to run Mac OS as my main OS and Linux as my primary on my current computer. But there's a lot of games I play that don't do well on Linux. So I will just be keeping Windows on it. Oh, yeah. Object-C is still the... Yeah. Oh, my God. That's... Yeah. Yep. They're still doing Object-C. Well, they're also doing this Swift kind of thing. But Object-C is kind of still the backbone of Apple development, yeah. But yeah, if they shaved $150 off this here, or even $200, getting it down to the $300, $350, maybe $400 mark, like that's where, you know, that's a lot of people would buying a graphic card for that kind of money. So a lot of people have that disposable income, basically, is what I'm saying. And if you're not a gamer, for $400, 450, holy shit! And you get like this speed, and you don't have to buy a new computer for the next like 3 or 4 years. It's basically like $100 a year you pay for a computer. I may save up to get one in like August, not August, September, October. Yeah. And I'll just get the basic one just to play around with. Again, it's just, I just want to play around with it. And again, to make content. And it will be my editing machine, I think. And then I will keep this computer as my main computer with Windows as a host and Linux and VMs. One of my other plans is to get a Synology NAS server. As a backup server. But yeah, if it costs $450, you will see a lot of people buying that shit. Because then it's like a really fucking good price. I don't understand why they don't do that. So, and here's the thing, I'm just spitballing here. Have the previous version, like the previous low-end version, for like $150 off. You know, have the basic, or you know, like have the old M1, because I am sure they still have fucking M1s in stock. I am sure Apple still have fucking M1s in laying around. Like, it would be stupid. Like, I cannot imagine that they are outselling all the M1s machines. So sell them for fucking $450 or $400. You know, I don't need a Mac M2. I could live with an M1, entry level M1, or a mid tier M1. They're just almost impossible to find new. You have to buy them used. And I'm like, I am sure Apple has many motherboards with M1 chips laying around that they're just basically going into e-waste or something like that. Sell a fucking Mac Mini M1 for like, you know, 30% off or something like that. It will get so many people into the Apple ecosystem. So many people are going to buy Apple keyboard, Apple mice, Apple this and Apple that, and blah, 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 blah. You know. Yeah, the only thing that I kind of want is the more RAM. Like, I kind of want that 16 gigs of RAM, to be honest. Nuke is also good. Yeah, I've heard a lot of people being really happy with the M1 Air and stuff like that. The top end Mac Mini, same as an... Yeah, that's the crazy part of it. If you want a really good graphic card, you might as well just buy a Mac Mini. And then get... So my original idea, I may go with that still. Get a Mac Mini and get a PlayStation on Xbox. Because with the graphic card prices we have nowadays, it's like... We made the calculation. If I want a graphic card that will last like 5 years, I could get a Mac Mini and a PlayStation, no, not PlayStation, Xbox Series S. And I think I would still have money left over. Because I also had to upgrade my computer, but now I upgraded my computer, which I kind of regret a little bit. But yeah. Yeah, if you get the more RAM, the hard drive gets faster also. Or if you go up to like the mid-tier, you get a faster hard drive. But here's the thing. How I would run it. You can game on a Mac Mini, but there's not a lot of games you can play on it. It's mostly mobile games and some Steam games. So Steam actually have not many, but quite a few Mac games. And then there's what the fuck is it called? Metal, the new basically Proton for Mac. Would when that becomes like a thing, isn't Metal? What is it called, Lamer? They're doing something like Proton, but for Mac OS. What is it called? The gaming library that they're working on. You talked about not long ago. Basically making it easy to port games over to Mac OS. But you have to remember what a M series chipset, what a M series Apple computer is. This is the same as an iPad on iPhone. If you make something work on the iPhone, it can run on a Mac M1 chipset. It's the same. An iPhone M1 and a Mac Mini M1 whatever M1, they are the same fucking, instructions and all that shit. They just have more connections and more storage and all that shit. But in the end, if there comes let's say a Mac 15 Pro M2, it's basically the same fucking shit, just with maybe less cores, because of heating and stuff like that. They're just calling it a game toolkit. Okay, got you. So you only have to develop for one system. So if I'm a developer and I develop a game that can run on this one here, if this was an M1 chipset, but it can also run on that one because it's not an M1 chipset, but let's just pretend this was an M1 chipset or an M chipset. You almost have to do no conversion of the code, almost, to get it to run on these systems here. So you code once and run it everywhere. So what it will mean is that on my phone, I can only run it at, like, say, 30 FPS with, like, medium graphics. On my Mac Mini or my iMac, I can run it at 120 frames per second, also settings. So it's become scalable. That's what they're going for, scalability. So you scale down for smaller packages, and you're scaling up for bigger packages. But it's the same core systems. So it's kind of like coding for, if you're Xbox, it's like making a game that works both on the Xbox Series S and X. If you're running the X version, you just get a little bit more fidelity, maybe high frame rates and stuff like that. If they can do that and get the world to buy into that, fuck about graphic card prices, fuck about all that fucking shit. It's way easier for developers. And we only have to buy one, we only have to buy Mac. I can play the same game right now with you guys here as I can on my phone then. And we could go over to the phone and do it over there. That would be an amazing world if that happens. You use a Blender, use NVIDIA 660 bare minimum. Yeah, I don't use Blender. I don't give a fuck about... Apple Silicon has a problem with the GPU at the moment. But that would be fixed. Is it the third year with the M chipset or the second year? It's still a new fucking technology. Is it? When did the M? Oh, god damn it. When did the M1 came out? third year. Third year. It's only the third year of the chipset. They have done a lot in 3 years. Like, they have done a lot in 3 years. If you think about it. I may go on the used market, man. Tinker, if you want to, if you're still here, try and get hold of me, and if you know some places where it's safe to buy used M1 minis, Mac Mini M1s, I may go that route. I'm just not that used to buy on Danish local used market sites, so I'm a little bit afraid, to be honest, because I don't know how the used hardware market is in Denmark. Because you can actually save a lot of money buying a Mac Mini M1 for, like, I could save like 20% or something like that. 20-30%. DBA, yeah, but it like, do you think that's a good place to do it? I'm not going to. I use Premiere Pro right now to edit videos. Premiere Pro runs so much better than DaVinci Resolve. I tried running DaVinci, so I got 3 months of the full-blown Adobe suite with my motherboard. And the end of next month, that's running out. So I'm like, why not try Premiere Pro? And then I installed DaVinci Resolve on my same system I have right here. Premiere Pro is about 20%, if not more, faster. And I'm barely noticing that it's running. Because Premiere Pro can utilize my GPU better and my CPU better. DaVinci Resolve just go full-blown 100% CPU. And it takes longer. Premiere Pro do a little bit of both things. And Premiere Pro, when I'm editing, when I'm scrapping, scrolling through the timeline and stuff like that, no issues, no lagging, no stuttering, nothing. When I do it on DaVinci Resolve, I get hiccups, I get stuttering. It's not doing it that good, and I'm only doing 1440p 60 frames per second. It's like night and day compared to DaVinci Resolve. Plus, you get access to like thousands of plugins with not DaVinci Resolve, with Premiere Pro that you don't get with DaVinci Resolve. Like, I love DaVinci Resolve that you get one thing in one package. It's an amazing piece of software. But from an optimization standpoint and accessibility standpoint with third-party stuff and just hardware utilization, the Premiere Pro is still winning like massively. And I'm willing to pay what the fuck is it per month to get Premiere Pro, like $20, $30 or something like that. I think I'm willing to pay that. I tried to mess around with After Effects. I don't know if I want to mess with that. If I want to pay for that also. I used it one time. Because a lot of the basic things like transitioning, a simple but good video animation or on-screen animation, you can do that in Premiere Pro either via plugins or natively. It's only if you're going to do really fancy shit that you need After Effects. A lot of let me put it this way: most YouTubers don't need After Effects. Most. If you were like like a Linus Tech Tip and these big, massive people that use a lot of effects, you may need After Effects. Okay, DaVinci runs better on Mac than Premiere. Then I'm going to run DaVinci then. If I'm getting a Mac to edit on, I would be running the software that runs the best. If that's DaVinci, I'm running DaVinci. I'm going to save up for a new computer. It will be the first new computer. Oh my god. Yeah, I remember you were talking about that, yeah. Yeah, eBay here in Denmark, and especially in Denmark, is really bad, James. eBay is great for like Germany and other European countries, but in Denmark, you can almost... Denmark don't use eBay that much. They mostly use the DBA, the Yellow Pages, Facebook Marketplace, and stuff like that. Oh, Tinker, you need a new computer, dude. You need some new toys, man. Final Cut Pro. I wouldn't mind trying that out now you're saying it. How is Final Cut Pro on Mac versus DaVinci Resolve? I've heard a lot of people really liking Premiere Pro. Or Final Cut Pro. And then I heard some don't like it. Yeah. Also, the fun thing is that here in Denmark, we cannot buy anything on Apple Store on credit. Like, there's no like financial deal. Like, we cannot finance anything on the Apple Store in Denmark. You pay up front. That's it. You cannot buy it in like X amount of monthly payments and stuff like that. Refurb is also a good place, yeah, but they tend to be quite expensive with Mac equipment. But I will look into the DBA. Yeah. I'm using a small form factor at work. And I was like, if I'm buying a Xbox, either S or X at some point, which I'm debating a little bit, and then this computer here will basically just be thrown out or something like that, I may buy a small form factor Windows computer just to do Windows stuff. Or like, I code on Windows at work, and I make Windows tools for work, so it makes sense to code that on Windows. And then I will use that small form factor for Windows stuff, and or if I need to do something Windows related for a video. You have a computer for every task. With small form factor computers, that can be really. I can see that happening, yeah. Because you can get like the Novo Tiny or what the fuck they're called, and HP Mini and all of those fucking for not, like almost no fucking money nowadays, and they are like from 2020 or something like that, and really good computers. Well, going back to Premiere Pro was a learning curve from DaVinci Resolve. Like it took me like a couple of weeks to get familiar with it again. It's the Final Cut Pro is good, but Apple hasn't updating it much. Oh, so it's kind of like Premiere Pro then. Oh no, I used DaVinci Resolve since 2015 or something like that. Yeah. Because if I'm not going to use my computer I have right now as a virtual machine computer or server and stuff like that, there's no need to have this big massive thing standing on the desk over there. I would just have like one or two small form factor computers. One with Windows on it, one with Linux on it, have a gaming console and a Mac console standing. Because I do game. Right now I'm playing a lot of Diablo 4, and it's the worst fucking Diablo game ever been made. But I'm stopping, and I want to finish Season 1. I don't know if I'm ever going to play Diablo 4 after Season 1, but yeah. You're not cut out for YouTube. Yeah, YouTube is a bitch, man. YouTube is a social media, and every social media out there is a bitch. It's a nightmare. There are so many stupid, crazy people that think they're the smartest fucking person on earth, and you have to deal with all of them, not just one, but multiple of them at the same time. And it's like you need to have a fucking PhD in human kindness or human understanding to be on YouTube or any social media. I sold my gaming PC and bought a PS5. Yeah, I would probably do. Yeah. No, it's Tommy. I get it. I'm kind of in the same boat. I kind of wish I did that instead of upgrading the computer I have right now. I kind of wish I kept the old one, then just bought a console, and then saved up for a Mac Mini, because when this year is done, I would have been spending the same kind of money on my computer. And it would probably only last me like 2 years. Because graphic cards are so fucking expensive right now. I used Mac. I was a Mac only user from 2008 to 2011. For 3 years. Then I used Mac, Windows, and Linux. Well, I used Linux and Windows while I was a Mac user also. But from 2008 to 2001, I used Mac OS, Linux, and Windows. I actually installed Arch Linux on my Mac iMac from 2008 at some point. And then it started to become slow, my iMac. And I was like, I wonder what's inside it. So I basically just took it apart, and I never put it back together again, and then I threw it all out. So then I used Windows and Linux non-stop from there, and then now I'm using Windows and Linux on Linux as virtual machines, and Windows as on bare metal. I started doing that about 2018, 19. Yeah. I rarely read comments on videos, on other people's videos. I really don't. If someone makes a video about Windows, or if they make a video about where they are a little bit critical about Linux, I don't read the comment section, because Linux users, they will go and infect that fucking shit all the time. They're going to support 4K. Oh my god, I'm going to do that. I thought my new video about why open source don't matter for the end user would really get people angry and yelling and screaming, but so far, no. I think I purged all the Linux users from my channel. All of the angry Linux users from my channel. Normally they would be like, I would be crucified and my testicles would be swinging from a fucking Trifork or something like that. You know, but yeah. Like, Linux is an interesting and fascinating technology, but damn, man. Damn. Dealing with Linux in a public forum, it's a mess. Don't do it. Don't. Stay in the closet as a Linux user. Just like, stay in the closet. Don't come out as a Linux user. It's not going to benefit you whatsoever. Like, use it at work, mess with it at home. Don't come out as a Linux user. It's this here. YouTube has single-handedly ruined Linux for me forever. I'm not joking. Dealing with the Linux community have ruined Linux for me forever. I don't see Linux the same way as I did before I did this whole YouTube thing about Linux. I don't. I'm still fascinated by it. I still love using it. I still think it's amazing to deal with and stuff like that. But I just can't get I don't want to run it as my main computer sometimes just to spite the Linux community, because they are that batshit crazy. I don't want to support that kind of people. There's so much Linux stuff I want to make that I'm never going to make, because I don't want to support that kind of people. It's ruined Linux for me. As when I say ruined it, I mean being able to do public stuff with Linux. You know, it's if you do the cheater math and divide the cost of a new Mac with the that's not even cheater math, that's reality tinker. Like, you have been in one of my live streams where we did that. We set and calculated how much money I would be spending upgrading my computer versus buying a Mac Mini. I've already spent more money upgrading my computer than a Mac Mini, and I'm not done yet. I need a all-in-one cooler. But when I'm done, I would have been paying about maybe $200 more than the entry level. I would probably have been spending this amount of money on my computer when I'm done with it. I also need a new SSD and stuff like that. I'm probably be spending about the same as this one here. And the old computer I had, the only issue I had with it was I couldn't play the latest games at the fidelity I wanted it to. I couldn't play it in 1440p. But I can live with that. I hate the boy. Yeah, you're right, DJ, where the community desperately needs to wake up. That there needs to be some adjustment made. And the sad reality is that there's a reason why the community is like that. And it all comes back to the Free Software Foundation. It's the sad reality of it. Their way of looking at the world have ruined a lot of bright, amazing people's minds. Yeah, I would not recommend any. So here's the thing: unless you are the biggest fanboy of Linux and hate everything Windows, Microsoft, Apple, Mac OS, and proprietary. If you don't hate that with a passion, you should not talk about Linux publicly. Forget it. But if you are hardcore Free Software Foundation, Richard Stallman is my demigod daddy-o, yes, do Linux. Because you will get a lot of views, you will get a lot of support, and you will get a lot of positivity. Just look at channels out there that are doing that. But if you live in the real world, and you are talking neutral about Linux and all the other things, or you are critical about all of the operating systems and stuff like that, stop. Just don't. If you're okay with running Linux with NVIDIA card drivers that is proprietary, we don't see an issue with it, don't. Just shut your mouth, take some coffee, and use Linux. Run Linux. Run it as much as you want, and be happy about it, but just don't tell anyone that you're also doing these sort of naughty things. Making videos with comments turned off. Yeah. So here's the thing, reaction videos. You cannot make reaction videos about positive things. You just can't. They have to be either comical, or you have to do like reaction videos to like massively popular stuff, you know, like music or videos and stuff like that. If you do reaction videos, you kinda need to you need to play on people's emotions a little bit. You need to make them, especially on the tech, and especially with like if it's Linux content, make it controversial. Controversial videos is the best thing for YouTube. They love that shit. Viewers base love controversial shit. Who got Kent woke up. I'm always been waking up. It has to be so make a reaction video to someone making an amazing fucking cake or something like that, and talk about how amazing it is, and it will probably not do that well unless you're a big titty fucking girl. If you're a big titty girl, you can do everything. Or if you're just a beautiful girl, you can do everything. But yeah, it needs to be controversial, or it needs to be massively funny, or you need to have an existing massive user base like Asmongold and stuff like that. But yeah, making in general, positivity don't sell well on Linux. Oh, sorry, on YouTube. Oh, woke up. Oh. Modern Linux fanboys even worse. At least the free software foundation don't do the tiny Windows. That's that. Yeah. Yeah. That. Yeah. Yep. That's true. It's becoming a it's becoming a competition about who can be the biggest uber nerd. Like when I talk to a Linux fanboy, it's almost like who can become the biggest fucking uber nerd, which is something you should not strive to become. You should not be like honestly. Your goal in life should not be a fat idiot sitting 20 hours in front of a computer, having no fucking interaction with other people other than online people in your life. That should not be the goal. And knowing everything about this Linux thing, that should not be your fucking life goal. That's a fucking sad life, man. Has to be open source and has to be yeah. They again, like I said, this whole Uber nerd thing. It's like, you know, like it's almost like who can be the closest antisocial human being on Earth. Because somehow people think that knowing Linux is giving them brownie points in life and stuff. If Linux went away tomorrow, the world will still go on, and it will not really like nothing really bad would happen to the world, you know. Android will still be around just because something else, so they will copy or morph the code or fork the code and what have you not. And yeah, it will. The world will just continue on, man. You know. Yeah. It's not that important. Like if you're dying on your deathbed and you're like, Grandpa was a proud Linux user, people just be shaking your fuck their head and walk away. Like, fuck that shit, man. Just take that penguin with you to your grave, man. Like, it's... Nobody cares, man. Like... Nobody cares. FreeBSD for 6 months my daily driver and then make a video on it. Oh, shit! Were they angry or what happened that you used FreeBSD for 6 months? What happened? I remember you made a video about it, but I didn't really, like I said, I don't really dive into comment sections. Oh yeah, people care a lot about how you spend your money and how you spend your time. Like, they care a lot. They care a fucking lot, man. They care more about what you use and how you spend your money than themselves. And people around them. They care more about you. Because if you're not doing what they think you should be doing, you're doing it wrong. Naughty boy. You need to come over daddy's legs and get a spanking. You've been a bad boy. A bad boy. Bad tinker. How dare you? How dare you not doing what I'm telling you to do? Like, I had people at some point, because I was doing a lot of Ubuntu videos, like, if you start to use Ubuntu as your main driver, I'm unsubscribing. Like, yeah, you know where the unsubscribe button is? Please hit that right now. Just slam your head into the unsubscribe button as hard as humanly possible. Just violate that fucking unsubscribe button. Really violate it. Oh, no, you're not allowed to use mouse either. No. You're bad about Linux. Yeah, it's... I did that. I found out I was using the wrong editor. Oh my god. It's the same in the music scene. I haven't seen that so much. Like, I've been mostly in the guitar and guitar-related music scene. There's a little bit of fanboyism around that. Like, either you are like, oh, you have to... all the rich people that don't know how to play music use Fenders and Gibsons, and only the hardcore real musicians use, you know, like... these knockoff guitars that only cost like $10 and stuff like that, and they don't use all of these effects and stuff. That's the extent in at least in the guitar community. But it's like not that many of them, and you barely, and most of the time other people just shut your mouth. Just be happy someone's playing the fucking guitar. The only thing is advantage of using Linux as something that is learning is the knowledge and troubleshooting skills if you're administrator. Yeah, I would not even say... I would say you can do that on every operating system. It's just that Linux kind of forces you to learn it a little bit better. FL Studio versus Ableton Live. Yeah, I can kind of see that, yeah. But that's also like software when you think about it, Tinker. Like, that's software, that's nerds, you know. Linux fanboy. First rule, become a programmer and learn Vim. Most Linux users are not even fucking programmers. Most Linux users don't even fucking know how to edit mtab or mstab. Most Linux users don't even know how to add another operating system to crop. Most Linux users know less about Linux than they do about Windows. it's like... Most Linux users know nothing about Linux. They just think they do. They will tell you that you're doing it wrong and need to do the hive mind way this week. Yeah. This week it's Fedora, next week it's Soria, next week it's Mint. Yeah, gatekeepers are the worst, yeah. I should make a podcast, because the CDP podcast, I want to rebrand that. I should call my podcast the Linux Refugee Podcast, or the Linux Survivors, or something like that. Where we just sit for like an hour and just shit on Linux. Yeah, UCD, yeah, maybe Linux Survivors. Or the Linux Refugee Camp. Something like, I want just to really fucking... I had someone ask me why I had the picture on my thumbnail of me milking a cow with the Linux face on it. And I was like, that's because I'm milking Linux users for money, basically. Like, I'm making you angry and upset about things you should not be angry and upset about, so you click my video and I get ad revenue from it. So that's me milking the Linux tiers, the Linux nerd tiers. Most Linux users don't know how to use the man command. No, exactly. reading monospace text. No. Monospace text is the only text form to read in. Anything else is too fucking normies, and it's too mainstream. You know, we cannot be real hipsters if we're not doing that. Get on the fucking level, man. Come on, get with the times. Like you do know we still live in the 70s when it comes to computing, right? Like all of these advancements that's done for better usability and better use and better understanding and more productivity, that's useless. Computing evolved and stopped at the command line with the good old Commodores and DOS systems and stuff. That was the pinnacle of computing. That was the most user-friendly and usable computing experience ever. Everything else has just gone downhill. Do you not understand that? Like, I thought this was an agreement when you were using Linux, that all of this here is just a facade. It's just like we are faking it here. In reality, we should be doing something like this here. This is the true form. This is the true form to live in. This is the correct way of doing computing. It's the best way of doing computing. It's the only way. What is it? F5? I can't fucking remember what the F2. This here, noobs, man. Noob. Peasant. You know nothing about computers if you're using a GUI. Nothing. Get on my level, man. TTY. You need to have that tattooed on your titties. Your man titties has to have, I love TTY. I do use the terminal Mac OS. Yeah, I use it on the Mac OS, Linux. Yeah. Well, I have used it on the Mac OS. But I use it on the Windows and Linux, yeah. Yeah, Linux do force you to use the terminal more than other systems, yeah. But I do use the terminal a lot on Linux, on Windows. I prefer to build .NET projects via the terminal. I don't know why, I just find it easier and faster. And then I open them in either Visual Studio Code or Visual Studio, depending on what it is. But if it's like a simple console app, I do everything from the terminal. I make it from the terminal and the structs and stuff like that, and then I use Visual Studio Code to edit in. Have you seen the Jonathan Plow plays Visual Studio? No, I have to watch that one. I have to watch that one. No, I have not seen that one. I do a lot of stuff on the terminal on the Windows. But I don't know why not using the terminal is that big of a deal. Like it's categorically regarded and tested to be a better way of using a GUI than the terminal, or else we will not be using it. You use Arts, by the way. Oh my god, yeah, that should be on your bot. Each bot chick needs to have I use Arts, by the way. Oh, he's a game developer. Yeah, I have to check it out. Yeah, on Mac, yeah. That could be, yeah. One bot cheek is like, I use Arts, by the way, and then on the other one, on Mac. That could be amazing. I have down, your arm, I use Arts, by the way, on Mac. Oh, that could be so funny. That will irate some people, yeah. I have a personal problem with like wannabe smart people that are not smart. I don't mind someone being smart and arrogant about it. What I what I don't like is someone being arrogant and have nothing to back it up with. That irritates the living shit out of me. That they pretend to know more than everyone else, and then they can barely fucking tie their own shoe. That can really fucking get me triggered. Like, wannabe smart people are probably one of my biggest fucking triggers in life. Because I feel it's so condescending to everyone else. And it's so narcissistic, and it's so idiotic and self-fulfilling, and it's just all the bad things about humans that I don't like when I think about it. Someone like, oh, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, blah blah, I've installed Arch Linux. Yeah, congratulations. Yeah, congratulations. You've installed Arch Linux. You're now the epitome of a Linux user. I don't. I can't fucking remember if I watched. I think I did, but I think he's done it a couple of times though. He has done it more than once, or at least reviewed Windows. I can't remember which. Like I've seen him done something. Yeah, yes, I think I've seen that one. Yeah, I actually think I reacted to it on my channel at some point, but I'm not sure. Yeah, typing white text on a black background makes it look smart. So you're typing white text on a black background right now. So you're really fucking smart, man. You're like your IQ just went up to like 3,000. Like you're the fucking epitome of human evolution. Not even Lamer and Becky with their spanking in the basement can take you over now. Like them running the world with Lamar Cosmetic and all that shit. No fucking like you have them covered, man. You are winning. You have tiger plots in your fucking DNA, man. When you pee diamonds. That's fucking how hardcore you are. That must hurt like a fucking sack, but yeah. Switching Linux with GNU hurt. Oh yeah, the GNU people or the Free Software Foundation would love that shit. But that hurt is like barely fucking working. I rank, yeah, Lamer needs a spanking. You need to loop Lamer up and spank him. He's being a naughty boy. You think he's smarter than Anton. We cannot have that. Lamer, you're not smarter than Anton. I know you can get Debian with hurt. Even using Unix for 40 years, it's faster for me than the GUI to look down. Just don't want to change. There are some things that's faster in the GUI. Am I saying it wrong? Yeah. CLI. There are things that are faster in the CLI, and then there's things that are faster in the GUI. But from a usability standpoint, like how humans work and think, we are virtual creatures. A GUI makes more sense to users or for the end user or the operator of the operating system than a string of letters and text does. Even though that strings of letters and text or words can be faster, it just makes more sense for the human brain to do it virtually. Look at something, point at something, click on something. You know, that when I'm picking this up, I'm looking at it, I'm interacting with it, I'm picking it up. It's kind of the way we're doing it in a GUI environment. It may not be always faster. Sometimes it's faster than like changing the wallpaper on GNOME is uncategorically faster in a GUI setting than on the terminal. Is hurt dead? Lay stable release, yeah, December 2016. Rip in pieces. Rip in pieces. Well. Well, there's something here. Well, the release of Debian GNU Hurt 2013. Debian killed it? It's under active development. Hmm. Can we see it? Why is there no date on this here? So Debian GNU NetBSD abandoned. No official release yet. Okay. Yeah, okay, so there's no official release that pushing for VC release. What is VC release? When is that? Oh! Yeah, okay, they have not talked about it since 2018. Yeah, that seems a little bit dead. Security updates are not provided anymore. What the fuck is K-FreeBSD? The Debian GNU distribution uses the kernel of FreeBSD. Oh, it's instead of the... Oh, okay, gotcha. We also want to provide software for users who are not computer experts. Therefore, we develop a graphical called GNOME. GNOME is not made by the GNU Foundation. GNOME is an independent project. Oh, so it's just an automatic system. Oh, gotcha. I will say, like, FreeBSD has, like, the fucking coolest mascot. Like, come on. The little cute devil. Devil. Was the last holdout for herd arts links? I can see that. I wish FreeBSD was as big as Linux, and Linux was as small as FreeBSD. I really do. Like, I just like the FreeBSD ways of doing things better, and the whole, like, philosophy behind FreeBSD better. But it's fucking sucks as a desktop. It sucks ass as a desktop. Like, running FreeBSD as a desktop is like running Linux in 2004. And I'm glad I don't have any BSD people watching my shit anymore. Because I used to have one or two, and they get really angry at me all the time. About. I do prefer BSD over Linux in every aspect of it. It's just not viable. Just like you big... Lamer, do you and Becky need a fucking motel room or something like that? Are you getting creepy again? This is a no creep zone, by the way. I'm the only creep allowed. Yeah, free BDSM, yeah. Every time Lamer see like a pitchfork and a hammer, he just like, oh my god, Becky's going to so abuse me tonight in the basement, and not using lube and calling me her little bottom bitch and spitting all over me, and Lamer's just like, yeah, please, do it to me, mommy. Yeah. Oh, yeah, features. Jails. Oh, I used to mess with that on the TrueNAS or FreeNAS. Linux binary compatibility. dtrace. Network virtualization. Loading the timeline. The only limitation is the drivers and getting your desktop working on it, but since macOS and the German kernel has some components from BSD, I just think of macOS as the it's not even that anymore. Like in the beginning, I would kind of agree with you, but nowadays macOS is so far removed from FreeBSD that yeah, it's sadly not like that anymore. Oh, I can just do this. I am smart. I had someone tell if Linux went away, they'll go to BSD. I asked them, why would you want? A couple of years back, I used Windows. I'm looking at the fixed UI, FTX UI, framework for UI in the terminal. Yeah, I've seen some of those. Yeah, I've seen some of those. Python has some really good libraries for doing that, by the way. Like some amazing libraries for doing like making like a graphical user interface in the terminal. And also music plugins and stuff. Yeah, Python would be amazing for that. Holy shit, there's a lot of things going on here. Holy crap. If Linux goes away, I will continue using Windows and whatever operating system I feel like. I would not be bothered one fucking bit if Linux went away. Honestly, I would not. It would not bother me one fucking bit. I would just probably try more BSD stuff. Maybe go more into Haiku. You know. But it would be sad. But the world goes on, man. No, BSD is not Unix. BSD is a Unix-like system. So no, Lamer. No, you can't. It's not GPL, so it's giving free code to proprietary software. No, you can't use it. You can add back the free BD stop using matports. That's correctly, DTWare. That's correctly. And Homebrew, like if you want open source software, like a lot of the stuff we use under Linux, Homebrew is amazing. I use that a lot when before I dropped my MacBook on the floor. I used Homebrew a lot to get a lot of small open source programs to work on the Mac OS. Well, Mac OS bought the license to Unix, so it's like if you can't become it, we just buy the license for the name and then call us that thing. You know, it's yeah, you know, it's Apple. If we can't convince you, we will buy you. It's like, please, can we be part of your group? Can we play together? Nope. Oh, here's $1 million. Okay, come in. You own the old shit. It's yours. That's kind of the Apple way. They ask nicely, and if that don't work, it's like how much money? Like $1 billion, $2 billion, $3 billion? How much money do you need, man? Just name your price. And yeah, that's kind of how they do it. That's and again, how can you compete with stuff like that? Like, how can you compete with stuff like that? It's like, either you let us use your product or your name, or we will give you so much money that you cannot say no. How can you compete with that? It's kind of like killing competition to some degree also. But how the fuck can you compete with that? Like, if you were making Linux videos on YouTube and you loved the living shit out of it, and someone came up to you and say, you know what? I will give you $500 million to stop making fucking YouTube videos. It would be stupid not to say yes to that. You know, or someone came up to you, I know you're a Linux fanboy. Yeah, here's $400 million to use Windows. How the fuck can you say no to that? Even 100 million. Like, that's life-changing fucking money there. Like, I would bet DistroTube, if you went up to them and say, here's 300 million, now you're a Linux fanboy, or Windows fanboy. Yep, amen. Bill Gates, my new daddy. Like, how can you compete with that shit? Yeah, there's something to that. I can't remember the story, but yeah, I read that they were trying to recruit stuff like that, or hire someone from Valve, or some. I can't remember if it was Valve or developer or something like that. But yeah, I've heard about something in that ballpark. Yeah, but I can't fucking remember. But here's the thing, man. If they already made the chipset and the hardware behind Macs the same as on phones and tablets, now the operating systems just have to be compatible. And when you're running the same operating system on your iPhone, tablet, and computer, or at least comparable code bases, you just develop for one platform, as I said before. You develop once and you deploy on more platforms. And if you then like save like $200 fucking dollars on your machines, like lower every machine by $200, get it become more accessible for people, and you will still be holding up this premium brand notion, you know. Yeah. I use ads because they pay me like $3 and oh yeah. I say no just to watch the comments. No, you wouldn't. I honestly don't think you would. Here's the thing. We can all sit here and fantasize about what we will do because we have not gotten that. Like, it's not a reality. But if someone was standing with like $300 million in their hand and been like, DJ Ware, you know what to do. When it's that, like, when it's in your face and you're like, you can smell the fucking ink on the paper. I'm like, I think most people will be like, yeah, fuck it. Because in the end, who gives a fuck? Yes, a lot of people on the internet will be mad. But they will be mad at you while you're sitting down on Hawaii, sipping a martini, looking at hot chicks, getting a foot massage, you know, and buying thousands of Linux hardware and thousands of computers and having a big mansion with servers all over the place, and you can still do Linux content. Like, it's it's hard to give a fuck when you have I don't give a fuck money, and then everything becomes irrelevant. And when you have the fuck you money is probably the right term. When you have the options to take fuck you money, so you have fuck you money. They will say fuck you to everyone. You don't have to think about anyone anymore. You're set for life. You just don't give a fuck what other people think. That's like that's the goal, man. That the easiest way to stop thinking about what other people think about you is to become either really fucking secure or massively rich and get fuck you money. Because if you fuck you money, who gives a fuck what other people say to you? You do whatever the fuck you want. If they don't like you where you live, fuck you, I'm just moving over here then. I'm just, fuck you. Moving to another state. You know, like, you just think, yeah, fuck you, but I don't give a fuck. You know, like, I think when people have that opportunity to take fuck you money, they will do it. I think here's the sad reality, is that I think people's price is lower than you think. And I also think that your price is lower than you think. Again, it's because we're not in that situation. But when you have the opportunity to get like temporary or for life-changing money, like if you just get like, let's say $50,000, $100,000, like if you do that right, that could be the foundation to set you up for life if you invest it right. You know, it's like, or at least you can live a really comfortable life for the rest of your life. You may still need to work, but you can live a massively comfortable life. You may only have to, you know, do things part-time, or you have more, you know, you have more freedom to do more things. Alone that would like, oh, you know, I can get more shit. I can go nicer places. It's money is a powerful fucking drug, man. It's a powerful thing. It's a really good example of this. Now I'm thinking about it. Go watch streamers on Twitch. Go watch live streamers on Twitch. And try and find someone that's starting out. And see, it's really a fun experiment. And then see how far they are willing to go to get a paycheck. Like, what are they willing to do to get a paycheck? It's really interesting. Or go and see someone that's really popular and see what they are doing to get the money that they are doing. How are they acting? Why are they doing it that way? How are they doing it? It's a really interesting thing to look at. How, especially if you can find someone that's starting out and they become more and more popular. It's a really fascinating thing to see that in the beginning they have all these morals and ideas, and then someone is throwing a lot of money at them. They start to lose a little bit up on it. Then more people throwing money at them, they start to lose up a little bit more on it. Not all, but a lot of them are. And then they go from being just your everyday streamer to having flying dildos all over the place or something to that nature, you know, like just to make a lot of money. Like people are willing to do a lot of fucking, look at porn actresses and porn actors, you know. People are willing to do a lot of fucking shit to make a lot of money. Not fuck you money, but a lot of money. And there's a lot of people on Twitch doing that. It's really funny to watch. How if you look at, like, when a whale comes in, like a whale comes into their stream, you know, like a high donator comes into their stream, you can see that person streaming physically change in a lot of instances. Especially if they only have one person donating a lot to them. The whole stream sometimes becomes about that one person, because, oh my god, if they're going to throw me like $500 or $1,000 today, so I better cater to that person. It becomes a really funny thing to watch. Really fun thing to watch. I used to have at least 12 to 24 months of experience, including food and my bank account. It gave me the sense of freedom, of money, but then I met a girl and now it's all gone. Oh, so you could live, okay, got you. So you could live like 1 to 2 years off your savings. Okay, got you. I misread that. Yeah, it gave you a sense of freedom. Yeah, I can see that. I can definitely see that. But when you know that for the next 2, 3, 4, 5 years, I could just live without working. But if I kept working, those 3, 4, 5 years become 10, 15 years, where you only have to do a minimum amount of work, and then you can do whatever the fuck you want, and the more you work, the more you can do whatever the fuck you want. That gives you a lot of freedom. Like, money is a lot of freedom. Johnny Winter, the dude, had it made, tons of money, and then his manager ripped him off, and yeah, you need to fucking be careful of that. Yeah, you need to fucking be careful with that. That's another thing. And again, you can see that on Twitch also, with streamers on Twitch. Money, when money is involved, you cannot trust anyone. There are streamers that are like, yeah, I don't want simps and daddies on my stream and stuff like that, and they are like DMing them on Twitch like, oh, you're so good and you're so I just have to say this to not make the other one jealous, and you know, so much stuff is coming out, how people are like how two-faced and untrustworthy people are when a lot of money comes into it. Living the rockstar life, yeah. Because it's easier to lose money than to make money, or it's easier to take money than make money. Like, if you can like scam someone out of money, and if they have so much money that they don't really noticing it, that you are skimming a lot of money off them for a long time, yeah, a lot of people are going to do that shit. Like, people are selfish motherfuckers. It's how it is. But when it comes to, like, again, you know, you can do something bad. But if I do this bad thing, I'm set for life. And the chances are maybe slim that I get caught, but if I do get caught, I'll get a minimum sentence. Everyone's going to do that fucking bad thing. Or most people are anyway. If there's almost no repercussion for it whatsoever. Like you get like 6 months in jail or something like that. Yeah. You know, and also this whole thing, like, we have this mentality that it's okay to steal from the rich because the rich people already have enough. You know? So it's not even like if you're like a working nanny and you like take jewelries for like this billionaire, it's like it's almost like society is like high-fiving you, you know, because you're taking from the rich and you're a poor person. You know, it's this weird mentality we have in life or society have. You know, it's okay to do bad things to people that like. You see that with ad blockers, like. Why the fuck? I can ad block fucking Jace 2 Cents and Linus Tech Tip. They have way more money than they need and blah 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 blah. But then they bend that into it's okay to ad block everyone. Again, it's okay to take from the rich. Which it should not be okay to take from anyone, but it's a weird thing. And that's why you see a lot of people. Oh, well, not a lot, but it is quite a lot if you think about like management, nannies, assistants, personal, whatever the fuck they will call themselves, to like the rich and famous. A lot of them, or a good part of them, have done something fucking shady, taking a little bit extra money here, you know, use the like it's stuff we have done properly, you know, use the company car where we should not have been using it. Like I've been using the company car back when I had one or had it with me home for shopping, and you can't shop in a company car, but I did it anyway on my way home. You know, having what is it called? Company card, and then buy a little bit extra sodas and stuff. The company didn't say anything to it, but you know, like it's like. Should you be doing it? No, but I want to give my friend a soda, but he's not working for the company. Well, they can't see that. Maybe I drink 2 sodas that day. Like, it's not massively bad, but it's not, like, technically the good thing to do. Like, we all have done stuff like that. In where we, like, it's not a really, really bad thing, but it's not a good thing either. You know, we are fucking bad people when it comes down to it. Sadly enough. And that's why drama sells on YouTube, tænker. That's why conflicts and controversy sells on YouTube. It tingles our inner devils. It talks to the persons and the people that we really are. If someone tells you they're the most wholesome and kindest and most amazing person ever to live, they are the biggest liar. Because nobody's perfect. It's like you cannot trust them. If nobody wants to admit that they have a fault, there's a problem there. Or it's Colonel.org I was looking at. All these extensions. Is it the same dude just making the same fucking articles all the time? Remember back in the day when you had to type in HTTP? Oh god. And all of those. Remember to put in the 3 W's, else it won't show the site. Oh yeah. That was how I used the internet back in the day. I forgot a period. I forgot I had my period. There you go. This site is operated by the Linux kernel organization, a non-profit organization with support for the following sponsors. Company. Yeah. The best way to deal with this kind of dilemmas is to remember the end quotes of sadly cost this version of blueberry or berry light on, sorry, not blueberry, what the fuck. It was in the region of George the Third that the aforesaid personage lived and called. Good or bad, handsome or ugly, rich or poor, they are all equal now. Yeah, that's true. When you take away money and all the conveniences and privileges and all that fucking shit that some people have, in the end, we are all the fucking same. We're all batshit crazy human beings. We just have the we are privileged enough to have malls and stuff like that. Like, we are living such a good life that we could be angry about someone at Starbucks making our cafe latte the wrong way. You know, that's how good of a life that we are living. Today, my biggest issue is that someone in Starbucks touched my butt because he bumped into me by mistake. That's my biggest issue. Or someone's too close to me in the line. That's how fucking good we have it right now. That's our biggest issues for a lot of people. Is plugging ad privacy a privacy? To some degree, yeah. Yeah. To some degree it is. You're taking money away from a content creator. And you're still consuming his content. It's kind of like downloading a video without paying for it to some degree, yeah. I would not say it's like morally as bad. But it like if you look at what you are doing. So let's say you're downloading a video from one of those torrent sites. So you're consuming a good without paying for it. You're consuming a paid good without paying for it. A YouTube video is paid for by ads. So if the content creator is determining that, well, for you to watch this video, you also have to watch the ads. And you don't do it, it's the same thing. You're consuming a good without paying for the good. The paying is then your time and your eyeball with the ad. Again, morally in society, it's looked at bad, more worse than downloading the video than having an ad block, you know. But technically, it's not wrong. Like, technically, this is stealing. Or privacy. Privacy, like, that's when you take it and you distribute it. I would call it stealing. You know, you're stealing content or consuming content. You're taking money away from the creator. Just like you're taking money away from the people that would make money for you if you went and bought the video that you're watching. Privacy is kind of, in my eyes, if you take something, you duplicate it, or you take something and you sell it, or give it away that you are not allowed to do so. Which you're not doing. If you're just downloading the video and watching it yourself, you're not really giving it away or taking away, you're just stealing or taking money away from the project or the movie makers and stuff like that. The same that you would be doing on a Linus Tech Tip video. So I would not call it privacy. I can't speak today. Privacy. Why can't I speak? I would more call it stealing. Because you're not going to take Linus Tech Tips video and then redistribute it. If you're re-uploading his videos, yeah, that would be privacy. You'll be a pirate. Hey! Yeah, Pirate Bay, exactly, the Virtus, yeah. But ad blocking, yeah, you are consuming otherwise paid content without paying for it. Because in life, there's two ways of paying of things in life. Either with money or time. And in the end, there's only one universal currency, and that's time. But when you go to work, that's basically like what you get paid. That's someone that you've gone into an agreement with is like, this amount of time is worth this much. They are paying for your time and your skill, but also your time. They are paying you to utilize your skill for this amount of time at this job. So they are paying for your time. And you can pay other people with money or your time. So I am willing to spend my time to, let's say, help you code this program. And then they could be like, well, if you do that, I will be helping you with some gardening work. So you're paid each other with your time that if you didn't do that, they may have to have paid someone to do it. So time is also a currency, and watching an ad is you paying to watch that video with your time. That's your currency. As a viewer, your currency is time. As a viewer. That's what I get paid for. That's what every content creator gets. We get paid for your time. You're paying us with your time by watching our ads. That's how we get paid if you don't donate and all that stuff. But if you're just watching content, you're paying us by watching the ads that is in front of our videos. So that's you paying us with your time. So you're indirectly paying us. So the ad is taking, let's say, not 10 minutes, but let's say 5 minutes away of your time. Those 5 minutes being converted into a money value that then's being transferred over to me and YouTube. But you paid, you paid to watch the video with watching that 5-minute ad or something like that. I had 28 hours overtime in this pay period, so I'm getting paid. Oh, that's fucking great, man. Go do something amazing, man. Go do something good. Buy yourself a Mac Mini. Go get a used Mac Mini M1 and become amazingly happy Mac user. Do that. Or do something other good for the money. I love getting overtime. It's always so nice to see the paycheck when you have overtime. Until the fucking tax man is like, hey, remember you have to pay taxes on the overtime. Like, oh, fuck you. Yeah, downloading a video, but then re-uploading it, or redistributing the property, the absolute no. Yeah. My limit is only viewing it, but if I really like it or something, I pay for most things with ads or others. Yeah. Like, I can kinda, so here's the thing. I can kinda agree with this kind of philosophy that a lot of people have, is that, well, I'm going to use ad blocks, but I'm going to donate you $1 a month. Or be, the lowest tier Patreon subscriber or something like that. Well, then you have paid more than, probably more than the content creator will be getting from your views. So, yeah. Because every content creator, or every money is being, or the value is being measured in 1,000 views. So I see a lot of people donate to a lot of content creators, like $1 a month or something like that. And they're like, hey, this is my ad block money or something like that. I can kind of agree with that. Because then the content creator is getting something out of it. And that $1 is probably way more than the content creator will make from that one viewer watching all of his content all a month. I've seen a lot of people doing that over the years. And I think that I can kind of understand that. I can follow the logic behind it. That I'm not willing to watch an ad that YouTube take like 30% off and you get the rest. I'd rather just give you all my money, if you get what I'm saying here. I can see that being, that I can kind of agree with that. That's why YouTube Premium is worth, YouTube Premium is so much worth the money, yeah. And not to talk about that, not only does it save a lot of time, like you don't have to skip ads and all that shit. The content creator get more money out of your view than if you're not a premium member. Like, we get physically more money, if that's even a word, but we do get paid more from a premium viewer than a non-premium viewer. Monetized. So an ad monetized viewer, we get paid less than a premium viewer. And it's kind of not that, like, let me put it another way, it's measurable quite a lot. Like, I can definitely see in a month if I have less premium viewers than other months where I have a lot of premium viewers. And I don't have a lot of premium viewers on my channel. It's like 10% of my viewers are probably premium viewers. But they probably amount for more than 10% of the income. If that makes sense. You don't actually own bought movies. You own the license to what? Yeah, but again, the idea is the same. The semantics, but the idea is the same. You pay for the right to watch the video. And you pay for the right to watch the YouTube video by watching an ad. It's the same premise. It's just license or downloading it. It's the same shit. Like, you don't own my video from watching it from an ad either. You just have the privilege to watch it. Yeah. I've streamed on. I'm starting to stream on Twitch more and more now. I may even stream on Twitch tomorrow evening. If I get my editing done, I need to wash my clothes. Wash my clothes. I can't fucking talk today. I have like a washing time at like 10 a.m. And then I'm probably going to edit some 1 or 2 videos. And Monday I'm going to upload or publish a video on my Laughing At channel where I laugh at people getting tased. And then I will do, there's a reaction video coming out the day after that. And then I think I will be streaming like 1 or 2 channel on 1 or 2 times on Twitch also. But I've been streaming on and off on Twitch since 2013 or something like that. But yeah, I've been streaming. I'm starting to get into streaming again. I kind of find it. I missed it a little bit. Oh yeah, you do. You get more per view from a premium watcher than a non-premium watcher. There may be some ads that pay more per view, but in general, you get paid more from a premium watcher. Now I own your channel because I watched it. Yeah, you can have it, man. It's worth nothing. It's worth nothing. It's worth nothing, man. I've pissed off too many people. I did this wrong. I built it up as a Linux channel, which is the worst thing I have ever done. And now I'm trying to basically become more generalized tech, Windows and Mac and stuff like that. But when you're primarily user-based or viewer-based on Linux, yeah, again, I'm debating on just starting a whole new channel, to be honest. Because I'm trapped in Linux. That's the problem with YouTube, is that the main thing you do with your channel is kind of how the channel has to be for almost from start to finish. It's really difficult to change direction of the channel, like massively, big or small, because YouTube looks at what is the most popular videos you have and what do you have the most of. That's how we are promoting you. There's a new platform. Yeah, I know about Kick. Yeah, but here's the thing. The ad revenue split don't mean anything if there's no viewers. You could get 100% of the ad revenue split on another platform, but if there's only like 1,000 viewers on that platform, then you can only reach like, let's say, 10 viewers on that platform. But if you go over and on Twitch that takes 50%, but you're reaching thousands of viewers, you will make more money on Twitch. It's all about who has the bigger viewer base. Yes, you will make more money per viewer, and at some point you will make more money on Kick. Like if you have 100 viewers and all of them paid you, yeah, you will make more money on Kick versus Twitch. But if there's not enough viewers on Kick to support all of the content creators over there, they could potentially make less money than on Twitch. I will be moving to Kick if Kick becomes bigger than Twitch. Because then you can it's the same with like alternatives to YouTube. Yeah, they may pay you more, but until you have enough viewers, which you probably won't get, to come over this threshold where they will actually pay you more, Twitch is still the better YouTube is still the better financial choice, because there is a way bigger user base on YouTube. It's all about the user base. The software, should I develop for Linux and hitting 3% of the market and get all of the revenue, or should I develop and put it on the Microsoft Store that takes, let's say, 30% and reach billions of potential customers? Well, the competition is bigger on Windows, but the possibility of making way more money is also bigger. And then you can say, okay, if I can make it on the Microsoft Store or Windows, let's try and bet on Linux. And that's what Kick is kind of become. All alternative platforms is more or less, that's the place where people that can't make it on the main, look at it like NFL. You have the NFL, then you have like the minor leagues and stuff like that. If you can't make it in the NFL, you go to the Canadian Football League, or you go to like your local football league. And those things are like Kick and those things are like Odyssey and you know the alternative platforms. They're like the Canadian Football League or the local football club and stuff like that. Yes, you can make money. You can probably make a lot of money. But if you can make it in the NFL, you can make a shit ton of more money. So that's kind of how you should look at it. Like right now, Twitch and YouTube are the NFL, and you can make a lot of money on those platforms, and you have the potential to make way more money than you could ever do on any other platform. But if you can't make enough money, or you think you're not making enough money on Twitch and YouTube, you can try the other platforms out, and you may make more money in the short one or in the long one, or you may make less money because there's not enough viewers there. There's not enough customers, basically. Yeah. So I've been seeing alternative platforms to YouTube and Twitch come and go so many times that until they physically are like D-Live is another one that's still existing. That's basically become like a alt-right fucking haven for crazy people and whatnot. And then there's like an alt-left, what the fuck is it called? Like Twitter clone. Like those alternative sites, they tend to be people that are getting banned from any other site. They end up on those sites. So, well, if they got banned on the other sites, they're probably not that fucking wholesome streamers or content creators. And they tend to take over those alternative platforms because they can do things there they could not do on the other sites. So they always end up being a fucking shit show, to be honest. Also, I stream with streaming services, but I also buy physical media. I'm thinking about that, to be honest. Because I'm so tired. Here in Denmark, we have a few streaming services, but you have to buy all of them to see all of the seasons. So then this streaming service have this season, the other streaming service have another season, or if you want to see this show, you have to buy this streaming service. If you want to see another show, you have to buy this streaming service. So I'm really debating on just fucking buy everything on physical media. And it will probably also be cheaper in the long run. You know, you buy like a season for like $150 and then it's yours forever. Versus, in like a year or so, this streaming service will not have these anymore, and you can't get access to it in Denmark anymore because there's nobody bought the license for it. Like, I can't find anywhere, for example, where they have Knight Rider. I would love to rewatch that fucking show. You know, or Airwolf. I know they're a little bit old, but like Hawaii 5-0. They only like, some have like the last 2 or 3 or 4 seasons, and some only have the first 1 or 2 seasons. I love Hawaii 5-0, like the new version of it. So the only way for me to see it is either well, illegally obtain it or buy the season for like about, I think it's about $150. And I may just fucking do that because I'm so tired of that. Oh yeah, now this streaming service have all of the great shows, and then in 1 or 2 years they don't have it, or it's moving streaming service. I'm like, if you need to have all streaming services in Denmark, you're paying like $100 a month or something like that. If not even more. And then you still don't get a lot of the fucking shit you want to see. Most of it is just cheap ass bullshit. Because what streaming services do to get like, you know, we have so many series and movies, is that they license a lot of shit nobody wants to see because it's cheap. But it looks good, you know, it's all about the numbers, you know. We have like 1,000 series, but only 500 of them are worth watching. You know, like, you know, you want that black car with the red lights, Kit. My computer has always been called Kit, as far as I can remember. Almost, like, at least in the 2000s and up. My computer's host name has always been Kit. If I installed a OS on my physical platform, on my physical hardware, I called it Kit. Windows, Linux, I don't give a fuck. They were called Kit. That's the machine name. Every time I installed Linux, the host name was Kit. Windows right now, Kit. I think I did it with this. I can't fucking remember now. Or else I have to change it because now I'm getting. Yeah, it's not showing me the host name. Yeah, I can't fucking remember where the oh, here it is. Yeah, Kit. Yeah, it is called Kit. System product name, Kit. Yeah, I think at one point I had Kit as Windows and Car as Linux, just to mix it up a little bit. But yeah, all my computers has been called Kit. Probably since 2000, if not longer. About like, let's say 2004 and up. I think I started in the XP days with it. It's a it's a fun thing. Yeah, I'm a massive Nightbiter fan. I also liked Airwolf. Airwolf was also really good. But yeah, I loved watching reruns of Night Riders in the 90s when I get home from school. And I could just sit there and just watch Night Rider. It was fucking amazing. And then it was Night Rider, Airwolf, and Matlock. Like when I come home from school, it was... I can't remember which come first, but I think it was either Airwolf or Night Rider, and then Matlock was always the last one. I watched those three series after each other. And then I normally had to go to work. But yeah, Airwolf, Night Rider, and Matlock, I watched that a fucking lot. Come home from school, get some food, sit for like 2-3 hours before I had to go to work. And it just fits. I could at least watch, depending on, sometimes they mixed up the order. You know, one week it would be one first and the other one like that. And I would be watching, you know, Night Rider, Airwolf, and Matlock. Oh, fucking, those were the days, man. On cable television. No, I will not be using Windows 7 if it was not supported anymore. Even if I didn't have access to the internet. There's just some software that don't run well in Windows 7. Just like with Linux, I would always try to run the as current version as possible of an OS. Just to make sure that, you know, software compatibility and stuff like that. That's mostly what, because you can kinda, to some degree, protect yourself a little bit. You know, if you don't get security updates and stuff like that, like you can have other ways of securing your systems via routers and networks stuff like that. And just for the sheer fact of how like what is the like, not likability, but possibility of you getting hacked, you know, like, are you that big of a target? Like, the worst thing they probably will do is use you as a botnet computer. Make you part of a botnet. But I will probably not do it anyway. I always try to I get nervous if I'm running systems that are not supported anymore. I just don't like it. It's like fucking a dirty bitch without condom. Like, it's like, yeah, I just feel it's like, this is going to bite me in the ass at some point, you know. My balls are falling off tomorrow. Like, I just don't like it. I like to run a supported system that is actively supported. And that don't mean that it's more secure. It really don't mean that it's more secure. It just gives me more ease of mind that knowing that they are still developing it, and if there's an issue, it will be fixed. But yeah, I used to do it back in the day, like in the XP days. I was always running, you know, hacked version of XP and stuff like that. So I never updated my system, never, until I get an ISO with a cracked version of the latest expansion pack, and then I was running that. But back then we didn't use the internet much in XP days. You know, it was like it was for stuff like this here. This is what you use the internet for. Go read sites like this. Download a little bit of software here and there. But that's what we used it for. Read Linux sites and tech sites and stuff like that. We do social media and stuff like that was almost not a thing in the XP days, if even a thing. I think MySpace was probably around in the XP days, and there were dating sites and stuff like that. Oh my god, dating sites. Woo. Like, yeah, like the late 90s, early 2000s, when like dating sites really was like really exploding. Like everyone was on a dating site. Like every fucking one. It's like now everyone is on Twitter and Facebook and stuff. Back then, that was dating sites. Everyone was on a dating site. Everyone. Even teachers was on dating sites. It was mental. Everyone was on a dating site. Like now we go, hey, can I get your Facebook, and stuff. Back then, like, oh, what dating site are you on? I kind of want to talk about you. What dating site are you on? And then we're doing like, it was like really mental back then. It was like everyone was on a fucking dating site. And then MySpace kind of made social media more popular. On an old MacBook 11, I have a MacBook Pro 11 or 10, I can't remember. But I use the that hack tool to install the latest version of Mac OS on. Yeah, you can probably use it with no issue on the internet. And there's also, there are sites that where you can get older version of Mac software and stuff like that. So older version of iMovie and Premiere Pro, Premiere Pro, and older version of Final Cut and stuff like that. Or like software databases where you could download older versions of Mac OS software. There are even sites where you can download Mac OS software for like Mac OS 9 and 8 and stuff like that. Which is really interesting to work with. Anyway, I'm getting massively hungry and I need to get something to eat or I will get really fucking confused and can't think about anything anymore. So I will see you all later. Having a good day.